Sure! Back in the 1960s and earlier, street cars racing in that class were often just slightly modified versions of everyday cars you could buy at a dealership. Imagine racing cars that looked almost identical to your neighbor's daily driver, but with a few extra horsepower and racing tires. It's like the ultimate sneaky fast club where the cars looked innocent but could surprise you on the track. That's some old school racing ingenuity right there. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. The timer is ticking down and pretty soon these beauties will be racing without you. So make your pick and get ready for some high-speed fun. Alright, so we've got Kingrit in the tiny but mighty Austin Mini Coopers and Bill Thiel Guy in the more classic, and probably more comfortable Austin Healey 3000 Mark ONEI. Both are iconic cars from the same era, but their personalities are quite different on the track. The Mini Cooper S is small, nimble and great for tight corners, which could give Kingrit an advantage on the twisty parts of Charade. Bill Thiel Guy's Austin Healey is a bit bigger and more of a cruiser, but it's powerful and could shine on the straights. Honestly, I'd lean towards the Mini because of that agility, but the Heli's raw power might make a comeback mid-race. It's gonna be close, but I think the Mini just might edge it out if Kingrit can handle the tight sections well. Watch out for those corners! Alright folks, we've got Drewer Falls on pole in a 1962 Aston Martin DB 4 GT Zagato. Looks like he's ready to show us what classic beauty can do on this track. Let's see if that vintage charm can outpace the modern machinery. Drewer Falls has taken an early lead. Aussie 12002 is right behind in second, and Sir Pro 3 is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Someone in Basket and TV are nose to tail for 5th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8. King Root and Pippi Langstrump are locked in a fierce duel for 10th. Sir Pro 3 is now in 2nd place. Crazy Sweet Butt has moved into 3rd. Someone is climbing into 5th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Gina Jones and Basket and TV are nose to tail for 6th. Pippi Langstrump is also making a move, now in 10th. Aussie 2002 is chipping away. at Crazy Sweet Butt's lead, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place, leaving her previous spot behind. Pippi Langstrump is making a move, jumping 2 places to 7th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Basket and Fee and Pippi Langstrump are locked in a close fight for 7th. Maya just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Looks like the battle for 9th is heating up between Maya and Favinzerogai. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Billfield Guy, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Gina Jones advances to 4th place. Maya climbs to 8th place. Favinzerogai also moves up to 9th. Looks like Maya and Favinzerogai are locked in a close fight for 8th. Favinzerogai and Maya are nose to tail for 8th place. Amy has gained 1 spot and is now 12th. Lux Ravenous is also climbing, moving up to 15th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Maya has advanced 2 spots and is now in 6th. Scott Dixon is also making moves, now in 8th after gaining 2 positions. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th place. Lux Ravenous and Amy are nose to tail for 13th. The gap between the chaser and Scott Dixon is shrinking by 1 second and 1/10. Lux Ravenous is climbing up to 13th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to 14th place. Favinzerogai is climbing up to 8th place. Lux Ravenous is getting closer to Kingrit, cutting the gap by over 1 second. Aussie 222 is closing in on Crazy Sweet Butt, cutting the gap by 1 second. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 6th place. Dixon and Aussie 2002 are now in a fierce fight for 5th place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 5th place. I am inching closer to 6th. Someone's closing in on Aussie 2002, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Looks like a tight battle brewing. Scott Dixon has climbed up to 4th place. Someone else is also moving up 1 spot, now in 7th. Aussie 2022 and another racer are locked in a close duel for 7th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Aussie 2002 is also up 1 spot, now in 7th. Wow, true or false really took the checkered flag. Guess they didn't need a second lap to prove they're the fastest. Well done. Wow, congratulations to True or False. That was an impressive finish. You really drove your way to victory today. As for Scott Dixon, congratulations on grabbing the fastest lap. You can now claim that vintage 1967 Plymouth GTX. That's a classic if I've ever seen one. Well done, everyone. Here's a fun fact for you about the 2013 Aston Martin Vanquish. This beauty has a naturally aspirated V12 engine that produces 565 horsepower, making it feel like you're driving a bit of British luxury with a whole lot of roar. Plus, it can go from 0 to 60 in just around 4.1 seconds, which is pretty quick for a car that looks this elegant. It's like having a tuxedo and a race car all in one package. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down fast. Get those selections in before it's too late, or you might end up with the car no one wanted. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Pippi Langstrom is cruising in a sleek 2015 Koenigsegg Agera RS, which is known for its incredible speed and agility. On the other hand, Sean is behind a 2010 Chevrolet Corvette C6 Grand Sport. A solid car, but definitely not in the same league when it comes to raw performance. Honestly, I'd put my money on Pippi's Agera RS taking the lead early and probably maintaining it through the finish. The Agera RS is built for speed and precision, making it a tough competitor for the Corvette, even if the Corvette has a bit of a muscle car charm. But hey, it's racing, so anything can happen. Though I'm pretty sure the Agera RS will have the edge here. Alright, everyone, Maya's kicking things off in the first spot behind the wheel of a 2015 Koenigsegg Agera RS. It's a mighty fine start at the Golden Port track for these 2010 and newer street cars. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI has other plans. Epic Sugar has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Tack Nasty is holding on to third, but expects some early battles to shake things up. Tack Nasty just gained one spot and is now in second place. Katsuma Girl and Keruvinen are nose to nose for fourth. Tokido Kibre and Unstable are locked in a close fight for eighth. Katsuma Girl is now in third place, moving up 2 spots. Maya and Kill the Girl are nose to tail fighting for third. Tokido Kibre and Unstable are swapping positions in a close duel for 8. Hingle May Kringleberry is making a strong push, climbing 3 spots to 10. No for Life is gaining ground, moving up 1 place to 5th. Geruvinen and No for Life are nose to tail, fighting hard for 5th place. Hingle May Kringleberry is dropping like a stone, now in 17th place. Geruvinen is climbing steadily, now in 5th place. No for Life and Geruvinen are nose to tail, fighting for 5th. No for Life is climbing fast into 4th place. Young Chubby Panda is catching up to Tokidokibri, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones is making her way to 10th place. Geruvinen is climbing up to 5th place. Unstabil is also making moves, now in 10th place. Gina Jones and Unstabil are nose to nose for 10th. Yamchabi Panda and Tokidokibri are nose to nose for 7th place. Gina Jones is sneaking into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Hippie is stuck behind Shran, and not gaining much. Looks like Shran is holding up the race for now. Hippie needs a mistake or a bold move to get ahead. Patsorts is on fire, moving up 3 spots to 11. Gina Jones just edged into 9th. Unstabil also climbing 1 spot to 10. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Scott Dixon is currently in the 13th spot, driving a 2015 Porsche 9119991 GT3. His fastest lap is just over 1 minute 20 seconds. Looks like he's struggling to keep pace with the front runners. Yum Chubby Panda is now 7th, climbing 1 spot. Gina Jones is closing in on Tokidokibri, cutting the gap by 1 second. Scott Dixon is currently in the 13th place, driving a 2015 Porsche 91199 GT3. His fastest lap is around 1:20.383. Looks like he's holding steady but not making much noise. Yum Chubby Panda just moved up 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Manami Styler 24th, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Sumagirl is in 3rd place with a 2014 Chevrolet Corvette C7 Stingray. She's running a solid race but not quite matching the top speeds of the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own but might need a bit more push to catch the front runners. The track's tight corners seem to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders, while the longer straights are allowing some of the slower cars to stay competitive. Move for Life just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Patsorts is climbing up to 10th. Scott Dixon and Mina Mai Styler 21 are nose to nose for 12th. Tokidokibri is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Meister 21 is climbing one spot to 11th place. Unstabil and Meister 21 are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Amy is feeling the heat from Shron now. The gap is shrinking fast. Scott Dixon, better watch out, the chase is on. Wow, Epic Sugar took the victory again. Looks like they're unstoppable. Better luck next time to the rest. Congratulations to Epic Sugar for taking the win. That was an impressive race, and you definitely earned the victory. Well done. Now, for the drivers who can claim some sweet rides, New Move for Life took the fastest lap, so you get to claim a 2009 Mercedes-Benz SLS NG. Nice choice. And Pippi Langstrom, you won the bet race, so the 2015 Koenigsegg Edge RS is all yours. That's a car worth bragging about. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Yas Marina Circuit is actually built on an island and has a man-made marina right next to it. So technically, when the drivers are racing through the stunning backdrop, they're zooming past what looks like a fancy yacht showroom. It's like the track is saying, hey, if you get tired of driving fast, just take a break and admire the boats. Not your typical racetrack, that's for sure. Alright folks, time is running out, so if you want to pick your favorite car, now's the moment. Don't miss your chance to influence the race, or you'll just have to sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh wow, what an intense showdown we have here. Scott Dixon in a 2014 Subaru Impreza WR XSTI, which is known for its agility and rally heritage, versus Bicorn in a 2017 Chevrolet Camaro S, a muscle car with plenty of raw power. The Subaru might have the edge and nimbleness around Yas Marina's tricky corners, but the Camaro's straight-line speed could give it a serious advantage on the straights. Honestly, I'm leaning towards the Camaro just because of that extra muscle and the horsepower it packs, but don't count out Dixon's rally skills and handling finesse. It'll come down to whether the track favors quick turns or straight-line domination. I'm waiting one new S3D. My bet? The Camaro's gonna take it, but it'll be a close call. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Yas Marina. Smurf 20 is on pole, cruising in a 24 Vauxhall V, X 220 Turbo. Let's see if that vintage speedster can hold off the modern chaos. Smurf 20 has taken an early lead, with Pippi Langstrump right behind in second place. Captain Canadian is holding strong in third but expects some early moves soon. Meg's Boring Life is making a nice climb up the field, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. Pippi Langstrump is still leading the pack, moving up 1 spot to take first. Skozerobs is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to secure 3rd place. Gina Jones is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 11. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 8th place. Meg's Boring Life just gained 1 position, now in 10th. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Amy and Rome Spider are nose to tail for 7th. Scott Dixon and Amy are also close, fighting for 8th. Reswat Hingyo and Captain Canadian are neck and neck for 4th place. Amy is climbing up 2 spots to take 6th. Ingle McCringleberry and Amy are locked in a close fight for 6th. Rome Spider is making a strong push, now in 4th place. Amy and Captain Canadian are nose to tail for 5th. Scott Dixon has gained 1 spot, now in 9th. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 8th. Riswat Ingyo is climbing to 6th place. Amy and Riswat Ingyo are nose to nose for 6th. Gina Jones is advancing to 9th place. Riswat Ingyo is right behind Captain Canadian now, closing the gap to just over a second. They're battling hard for 5th place. Meg's Boring Life is climbing up to 11th, making moves through the field. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 7th place and closing in on Riswachinjo. They're nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Captain Canadian and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Gina Jones is climbing to 8th. Baycorn is inching into 12th. Gina Jones and Riswachingyo are nose to tail for 8th place. Amy has just claimed 5th place. Riswachingyo is now in 9th. Maya is climbing up to 11th place. Belthanat the Beast has also gained 1 spot, now in 14th. Baskin Fee and Belthanat East are nose to tail for the 14th position. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Amy and Skozerobzar are nose to nose for 3rd. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Captain Canadian, cutting the gap by 1/33 seconds. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Rome Spider just overtook a car to move into 4th place. Amy is closing in on the top 3. Gina Jones is making a move to 8. Maya is making a move up to 9th place. Amy is closing in on Smurf 20. closing the gap by a second and a bit. Hingle McCringleberry is also closing in on Captain Canadian. Same gap reduction. Looks like the battles are heating up. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Smurf 20 is feeling the heat from Amy Who's closing in fast. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th, leaving someone behind. Bacorn is inching closer to the top 10. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Looks like her adventurous spirit paid off on the track. Congratulations on the impressive victory. Wow, Pippi Langstrom has crossed the finish line first. Congratulations on the win, Pippi. You really raced like a true champion today. As for claiming a car, Pippi also nabbed the fastest lap. So you get to take home a shiny 2015 BMW CS Homage. And Maya, with the most overtakes, you've earned the same modern street car too. Nice work out there showing off those sneaky skills and bold moves. Looks like everyone's a winner today in their own way. Sure! Did you know that the F1 cars back in 1950 were basically tiny, very fast, open-wheel rockets with more in common with racing bikes than modern cars? They used narrow tires and barely any safety features, which made racing incredibly exciting but also quite dangerous. It's like watching a high-speed daredevil stunt every time they hit the track. Alright everyone, get ready because the clock is ticking. The time to pick your favorite car is almost up. Make your choice before it's too late and watch as these machines battle it out on the track. Hey, Camtheater on 1234. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Super Siggy in a vintage 1954? Connaught Type B Dart? That's a classic, but it's also likely to be a bit less agile and fast compared to modern cars. On the other hand, Zufik with a 1961 Ferrari 156? F1? Now that's a race car built for speed with a pretty legendary pedigree. I'd put my money on Zufik taking the lead early on and holding on to it. But let's see if Super Siggy can surprise us with some vintage charm. This should be interesting. Alright everyone, We're kicking off at Misano and at Singoshi on pole and a 1961 Ferrari 156 F1. Looks like he's got the vintage speed edge to start strong. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the others will catch up. Singoshi has taken an early lead. Rexon Zera is holding strong in second, and Lockjohn 7 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. It's their A pair has moved up to 7. It's their Upper and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 6th. Ingle McCringleberry is making a nice climb up the field, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Joey Pastrami and Lockjohn 7 are nose to nose for 3rd place. Looks like a battle to watch. It's their pair and New for Life are also close in 6th, trading positions like it's a game. Our Pink Wolf is on the move, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is also making progress, moving up 4 spots to 14. Rexner and Singoshi are locked in a fierce duel for the lead, nose to tail at the front. Rexon Zera is now in 1st place. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Singoshi, cutting it down by a 1.5 seconds. It's there a pair has climbed 2 spots to take 4th. Your Instinct just overtook Camp Federone 1234 for 10th place. Elititone 95 is closing in on the top 15. The battle for 10th is heating up. Your Instinct is now in 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has moved up to 12th place, also gaining 1 spot. Elitsitona 1095 is in 15th place, climbing 1 spot as well. Shotskis is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Ngufa Life and Your Instinct are nose to nose, fighting for 9th. Elizatone 95 has moved up 1 spot to 14th. Husky Hog is climbing up to 7th place. Lockjohn 7 and Husky Hog are nose to tail for 7th. Umber Pink Wolf is inching up to 12th. My Instinct is inching closer to Lockjohn 7 for 8th place. Amy is climbing up to 12th. Looks like she's got some fight left. Gina Jones and Singoshi are neck and neck for 2nd place. Shotski's just gained 1 spot to sit in 5th. Husky Hog is closing the gap on Joey Pastrami by 1.2 seconds, so expect some action soon. Now Pink Wolf is climbing to 11th place. Super Siggy narrowing the gap to Elizatone 1095 by 1.3 seconds. The two are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Now Pink Wolf and Lockjohn 7 are nose to nose for 10th place. Hingham McCringleberry is climbing up to 15th. Rob Sizzle is chipping away at Super Siggy's lead, closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Elizatone 1000 the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing 1 spot to take 20th place. Liam is also moving up 1 spot to 23rd. Elitsaton in 95 is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. They're neck and neck for the 13th spot. Balsamic Vin 283 and Lord Buttrell are also locked in a close fight for the 21st position. Your Instinct is climbing up to 7th place. New for Life is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the gap by over a second. Loksham 7 is hot on New for Life's heels, closing in by a second and a half. Your Instinct just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Husky Hawk also gained a spot, and is now 7. Joey Pastrami and Husky Hog are nose to nose for 7. Husky Hog is climbing to 6th place. New for Life is sneaking into 8. Elitsatone. 1000 the gap on Camtheoterone 1234 by 2nd point 134 by 2nd point 1. Wow! Rexenzer are winning the race? Who saw that coming? Congratulations on the victory, champion! Wow, Rexenzer took the win. Congratulations on that victory. You definitely earned it. And Hingle Kringleberry, you did some serious work with all those overtakes. You're the top contender for the Vintage Van Wall VW5. Great job to both of you. Here's a fun fact for you. The 1990s was a time when slow cars racing against each other often made the races more about strategy and endurance than outright speed. It was like watching a game of chess on wheels, where drivers had to be super clever with their moves because rushing in too quickly could mean losing control. So in a way, these slow cars turned out to be the real masterminds of racing, proving that sometimes slow and steady really does win the race. Alright everyone, get your choices in quick before the timer runs out. Don't want to miss out on picking that perfect AI racer. Hurry up, we're about to start the race. Hey Penguin 420, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We've got some crazy AI races happening right now, so sit tight and enjoy the show. Alright, this looks like an interesting matchup. Bato Grande, with that classic Mazda RX-7 turbo, is known for its lightweight agility and turbocharged power, which should serve it well on the beach track. Rookie Miriki's Alfa Romeo 155 Q4 is probably a little more refined and might have the edge on handling in tight corners, thanks to its all-wheel drive. But let's be honest, the RX-7's rotary engine and nimbleness could give it a good shot at an early lead. The Alfa might try to catch up with its balanced setup, but I wouldn't be surprised if Bato Grande sneaks ahead, especially if the track favors quick acceleration. Who do I think will take it? I'd say Bato Grande's car might just finesse that win, but Rookie Miriki will give a tough fight. Should be fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Daytona Beach with those classic 90s slow cars. Amy starting on pole in a 1990 Lotus Carlton, so don't expect any speed records. But hey, at least it's got style. Let's see how this vintage beauty does against the new kids on the block. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, TPPPA right behind in second, and DJ Magachat rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start already. Magacat just overtook someone to take second place. Amy and D Magacat are nose to nose for the lead. Memuida is climbing up to third place. Memuida and DJ Magachat are battling hard for second. Aureliar Torias is on a roll, climbing to 15th place. Memuida has just moved into second place. Chmagishat and Memuida are nose to nose fighting for second. GM and Prime is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Memuida is holding strong at the front in first. Weni Tapsambonsis is also climbing 1 spot to third. Wenti Tapsambong6 just overtook someone and is now in second place. Amy and Wani Tapsambong X are still nose to nose, no clear leader yet. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place, closing in on the top 5. U20 place is charging through the field, now in 25th after overtaking 3 cars. TPKPA is climbing steadily, now in 5th place. TPKPA and DJ Megacat are nose to tail, battling hard for 4th. Maya is climbing fast into the top 10, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. 2 Pizanda Podcast is also making moves, grabbing the 10th spot after a quick pass. GN Prime is on the rise, sneaking past 3 cars to settle into 14th. U20 Plays is making a nice climb up to 20th place. Scott Dixon is dropping back, now in 26th. Amy is closing in on Enki's Tapsambong X, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Amy and Rani Tapsambong 6 are nose to tail for second place. U20 is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 17th. 2 Pizanda Podcast is closing the gap on Maya fast shaving off over a second. Battleground is making moves, jumping one place to 12th. Nya is closing in on 2Ps in the podcast and Maya for 9th place. Kyosify is climbing up to 15. Kyosify and Nixaromaval are nose to nose for 14. TPKPA is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. GM Prime and Bacho Grande are locked in a close fight for 12. Kyosify is also moving up 1 spot to 14. Maya is trying to hold off 2Ps in the podcast for 9th place. GM Prime and Bacho Grande are neck and neck for 12. Kyosify and GM Prime are locked in a close fight for 13. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Amy is closing in on Eki Tapsum Bonk X, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Patsorts is climbing up to 6th and Penguin 420 is making a move to 7th. Penguin 420 has gained 1 position and is now in 6th place. Patsorts and Penguin 420 are closely battling for 6th. 2Ps in the podcast has moved up 1 spot and is now in 8th. Bobardo is climbing to 4th place. 2Ps in the podcast is making a move to 6th. And I'm inching up to 9th. The race is heating up. Bobardo is clearly having a rough day, falling back to 11th place. TPPA is climbing up to 4th place. 2Ps in a podcast is moving into 5th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Bobardo's on a tier, overtaking 10 cars to grab the lead. Kyosify is closing in on Dijamagachat fast, cutting the gap by 7.7 seconds. Marimida and Bobardo are nose to tail for the top spot. Wow, Miramidar, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Wow, what a fantastic victory for Mermuidar. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. You must be feeling pretty good right now. Great job showing those other cars who's boss. Oh, the Bremgarten track is a real piece of racing history. It used to be a favorite among drivers, because it was a mix of fast straights and tricky winding corners. Fun fact is, it was actually built on a forested area, so drivers had to be extra cautious. Especially when the weather was wet, because the rain would turn the track into a slippery challenge. It's also famous for its dramatic crashes, and the fact that it was part of the original Formula One calendar back in the 1950s. Truly a wild old-school racing spot. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking, and we don't want any latecomers missing out on this epic AI race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Hey Everlasting Apex! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're here again. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI chaos on the track. Alright. So we've got Gina Jones in a 2014 Lotus Evora GX GT4 and Everlasting Apex in a 2016 Subaru Impreza XS Tau Warntreza RXEIF. Now, looking at the cars, the Lotus is a lightweight, nimble sports car built for agility and handling. The Subaru, on the other hand, is more of a rally-inspired beast with a bit more torque and raw power. Gina's Lotus has the edge when it comes to precision and cornering on a track like Bremgarten. But if Everlasting Apex can use that extra power, and maybe some clever driving, the Subaru could surprise us. Honestly, I'd lean toward Gina's Lotus for a win here, because of the track, and the car's finesse. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen, and I wouldn't be shocked if the Subaru pulls off a wild move. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Bremgarten with New for Life on pole. Coming in hot in a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. Looks like a wild ride ahead. The race kicks off with Move for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second place, and Maya hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start already. Maya is currently in the 8th place. Amy is holding onto the lead with New for Life right behind Pippi Langstrom and Penguin. 420 are nose to tail for 4th. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a bold move, now in 3rd place. Scott Dixon is also climbing fast, just behind in 4th. Everlasting Apex is not far behind, grabbing the 5th spot. Looks like the top 5 are getting crowded. Waldo is climbing fast into the top 15. No for Life and Pippi Langstrom are both making moves to crack the top 20. Wrestling 567 is driving a 2007 Honda Accord in the WTC C-Class. It too. They're currently in the 12th place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or overtakes so far. Justin Gilks and Mew for Life are nose to tail for 15th place. Mew for Life just nudged ahead, but Justin Gilks isn't giving up yet. Justin Gilks and Mew for Life are neck and neck for 15th place. Pippi Langström is closing in on Justin Gilks, cutting the gap by a full second. They are now fighting for 16th place. Singoshi is closing in on WAUCB, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langström and Justin Gilks are locked in a tight battle for 16th place. In Rufa Life is gaining on Waldo, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Gina Jones is hot on Pippi Langström's tail, making it a tight chase. Scott Dixon is in 8th place, driving a 2016 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. His race looks steady but not quite at the front, probably waiting for a mistake ahead or a better lap. Thomas Moran just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Unclearly Gaming and Thomas Moran are nose to nose for 6th. Darigaz is closing in on Wrestling 567, cutting the gap by over a second. Unclearly Gaming and Thomas Moran are nose to nose for 6th place. Singoshi is chipping away at WAUCB's lead, now just 1.4 seconds apart. Newflife is climbing up, grabbing the 15th spot. Waldo has stormed to the front, overtaking 16 cars to claim first place. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Justin Gilks, shaving off 10.4 seconds. Penguin 420 is right behind Gina, closing in by 15.2 seconds. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Amy for taking the win. That was an impressive race. Now, a big shout out to Gina Jones for snagging the fastest lap. A 2014 Lotus Evora GX GT4 is a pretty sweet ride, so well done. Everlasting apex. Winning the bet race means you get yourself a 2016 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. Nice choice for some speed and style. And Hingle McCringleberry. With the most overtakes, you've earned yourself a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. That's a real lightweight beast. Great job to all of you. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. It just seems to have that extra edge when it comes to speed and handling on challenging tracks like Laguna Seca. The Honda IndyCar is no slouch, but I think the Chevrolet's power and agility might give it the slight advantage. Plus, those high-speed corners and the famous corkscrew would really test their limits. It's going to be a close race, but I'm betting on the Chevy to come out ahead. This is an interesting matchup. Both drivers are skilled, but the cars could make a big difference here. The Honda might have a slight edge in throttle response and handling around Laguna Seca's tight turns, which are crucial. Meanwhile, the Chevrolet could have better straight line speed, but Laguna Seca's corners are where the Honda usually shines. I'm leaning toward Hingle McCringleberry taking this one, primarily because of the car's agility in those tricky sections. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright folks, the race at Laguna Seca has just kicked off. And leading the pack is Matrixco in the pole position. They're driving a 2018 Honda IndyCar, classic choice for a speedy start. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Matrixco has taken the lead right out of the gate. Maya is holding strong in second place, and Yezin 196 is close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Catgirl TM is now in third place and closing the gap. Oh, Yezin 196 and Catgirl TM are nose to nose in that battle for third. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to sixth place, inching closer to the top. Amy is climbing the ladder to 6th place. Scott Dixon is making a move to 12th. Adam Flash is inching up to 14th. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 11th place. Gina Jones and Adam Flash are also locked in a close fight for 14th. Renop T4 is climbing to 12th place. New for Life is moving up to 15th place. Both are making some moves, but still a ways to go. Dominic Sontheri is driving a Honda IndyCar and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but no sign of overtaking anyone just yet. Scott Dixon's car is a Chevrolet IndyCar, currently in 12th place. Looks like he's trying to find his rhythm after starting behind a few others. Cheryl Mitsuroses is in 8th place driving a Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making moves yet. Rob Sizzle is in the 10th place driving a Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Pippi Langstrom is cruising with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got the pace to finish strong, unless something unexpected happens. Hingle May Kringleberry is holding a slight edge over Scott Dixon, but with just one lap to go, anything can happen. Dixon's got the speed, but Hingle's been consistent. It's a close call. Rob Sizzle is driving a Honda IndyCar and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is 1:15.114. So they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the pace. Cheryl Mills is in 8th place with a Honda IndyCar. Their fastest lap is 1:14.618, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a solid race so far. Adam Flash is running a Honda IndyCar, starting from the 14th position. Their fastest lap is just over 1:15, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a cautious race so far. Reno T4 is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar, and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is just shy of the top, so they're hanging around but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Pippi Langstrom is in 7th place with a Chevrolet IndyCar. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 14.276, which is pretty competitive. Looks like they're holding their own so far. Wow, look at that. Mexico just took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to leave the others in the dust. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to Matrixco on winning the race. That was an impressive display of driving. And hats off to Pippi Langstrom for the fastest lap. A 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar for claiming that title? Nice choice! Hingle Kringleberry winning the bet race and earning a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Looks like luck and skill went hand in hand today. And New for Life for doing the most overtakes, earning another Honda IndyCar? That's some aggressive driving right there. Great job to everyone involved. This race just keeps getting better. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before they all zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the car you want to root for. Ooh, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Tyrrell 026 from 1998 was a decent car back in its day, though it wasn't exactly the fastest on the grid. The Jordan 198, also from 1998, had a reputation for being reliable and sometimes surprising everyone. Honestly, with the track being a bit tricky, car handling and driver skill, well, AI skill, in this case, will be key. But if I had to put my chips down, I'd say the Jordan has a slight edge because of its balance and the way it handles corners. Still, don't count out the Tyrrell. Sometimes the underdog makes things interesting. Who do you think will be the one to take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, Tug On It TTV is leading the pack from pole position in the classic 1998 Sauber C17. Let's see if he can hold on to that first place, or if the others will catch up early. Tug On It DTV has shot off the line to take the lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place, and Fraga is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 5th place. Lati Numera is now in 7th. Scott Dixon has moved up to 8th. The race is heating up. Wild Kevinona and Naya are nose to tail for 10th place. Queen Manda just gained 1 spot to 13. Unstabil and Queen Manda are locking horns for the 13th spot. Unstable just climbed 1 spot to 13. Someone's also moving up 1 spot to 15. Deluxe Combo is making a move to 21. Catgirl TM is on the move, climbing up to 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is dropping back to 24th, losing 8 positions. Queen Manda is falling further behind, now in 25th after dropping 11 places. Apex Milkbag is really having a rough time, dropping to 23rd. Pondon is climbing steadily into the top 10. Now 8. Maya just nudged into 9th, inching closer to the leaders. Starbucks is driving the Stewart S F02. They're currently in the 15th place and seem to be stuck behind some slower cars, with no fast lap recorded. Looks like a quiet race for them so far. Platinum Mira just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Inigo Peda and Platinum Mira are nose to nose for 5th. Someone and Unstoppable are battling hard for 12th. Ragu is driving a Tyrrell 026. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute and 1.766 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the cars with better handling and acceleration, keeping the top positions pretty close. Tug On It TTV is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to seal the deal unless someone pulls off a miracle. Catgirl TM is driving a Minardi M198 and currently in 22nd place. Their fastest lap is 1 minute and 47.5 seconds, which is quite slow compared to others. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Scott Dixon is driving a Minardi M198 and currently in the 10th place. His fastest lap is 1:17.45, so he's holding a decent pace but still has room to improve. Scott Dixon is driving a Minardi M198 and is currently in the 10th place. His fastest lap is 1:1:33.7, which is decent but not enough to challenge the top contenders. Looks like he's hanging in there but not making much progress. Someone's really having a rough time dropping 9 places to 22. Starbucks is inching forward to 13. Hinfatic is also climbing up to 14. Looks like the pack is shifting around. Wow! Tug on It TTV took the win! Congratulations on that fantastic victory. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. Can't wait to see if you can keep that streak going. Here's a fun fact about the 1970 Pontiac Firebird. This car is part of the first-generation Firebird lineup and was designed to compete with the iconic Ford Mustang and Chevrolet Camaro. It was super popular for its sporty looks and powerful engine options, including the legendary Trans Am version, which became a cultural icon thanks to its appearances in movies and TV shows. It's basically the car that made muscle cars even cooler during the golden era of American muscle cars. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI machine is going to dominate the race. Get your selections in before it's too late. Oh wow! This is a classic showdown. We've got Maya behind the wheel of a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda and AR Fail in a 1970 AMC Javelin I. Both are iconic muscle cars, so it's a real throwback race. The Barracuda is known for its sleek design and good handling, especially on tight curves like Macau Gia. The Javelin, while also powerful, tends to be a bit more raw in its performance. If I had to place a bet, I'd say Maya's Barracuda might have the edge with its aerodynamics and more refined handling. But hey, with AI driving, who knows? Maybe the Javelin's raw power will surprise us. Either way, I'm excited to see which classic muscle car takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Macau Gia with Scott Dixon on pole. He's zooming in a classic 1970 AMC Javelin, in the vintage Trans Am class. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead. Right at the start, Scott Dixon is leading the pack, holding that first place like a champ. Amy is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Hingham McCringleberry is in third, already making moves to climb higher. Maya just overtook someone to move into fourth place. The battle for third between Maya and Hingham McCringleberry is heating up. Gina Jones is climbing up to sixth place, inching closer to the top 5. New for Life just overtook someone to take fourth place. Maya and New for Life are now nose to nose for that spot. Rafael is creeping up to 6th. Maya and New for Life are nose to tail for fourth place. Jordan F. is climbing up to 16th. Cap Holster is making a move, now in 18th. New for Life is driving in 1969 AMC Javelin-ish. They're holding on to fourth place, so the race seems steady for now. Basket and Fee is driving a 1972 BMW 2800 CS there. They're currently in the 15th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any major moves but not falling behind either. Basket and Navy is in 19th place with a 1972 BMW 2800 CS. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Scott Dixon is leading in a vintage Trans Am with a 1970 AMC Javelin. Looks like he's got the fastest lap so far. The race seems to be in his control for now. Lightning Thief is gaining on Adam Flash like a heat-seeking missile, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Basket and V is creeping up on Cap Holster, narrowing it down by 1.1 seconds. Maya is now just a second behind New for Life and gaining ground fast. Captain Canadian has climbed 2 spots and is now in the middle of the pack at 13. Cap Holster is closing in on Shikamaru, both fighting for 17th place with less than 2 seconds between them. Schoolbus Rostefi is climbing up to 11th place. Captain Canadian is also moving up to 12. Balsamic Vint 183 is making a nice jump to 13. The Lightning Thief is dropping like a stone to 21st place. Jordan F is climbing steadily to 14. Cap Holster is inching up to 16. The Lightning Thief just made a bold move, overtaking 20 cars to take the lead. Scott Dixon is right behind, and they're nose to nose for first place. This race just got interesting. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Amy has moved up to second. Hingle McCringleberry is in third. The race is heating up with those moves. Ayafa is driving a 1970 AMC Javelin. Same as the leader Scott Dixon. They're holding 6th place, so not too shabby, but no real pressure yet. Schoolbus Rostefi is gaining on Adam Flash, closing the gap to just over a second. Shikamaru is making a move on Cap Holster, and the gap is shrinking fast. That battle for 16th place is heating up with Shikamaru and Cap Holster going wheel to wheel. Wow, Scott Dixon just won the race. Looks like he's got the magic touch again. Congrats on the win. Wow, Scott Dixon really pulled it off. Big congratulations to him for winning the race. Always thrilling to see the top driver come out on top. And now, a shout out to Maya. She crushed the bet race and gets to claim a classic 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. Cuda. That's a beauty from the vintage Trans Am collection. Plus, Amy, you did an amazing job with the most overtakes. You're taking home a 1970 AM She Javelin. Nice work. That's quite the achievement. Who is ready for the next race? Sure. Did you know the 1995 Penske PC-23 was designed by the legendary racing engineer, Jeff Ferris? It was one of the last cars to use a turbo-charged V8 engine, before the switch to naturally aspirated engines in IndyCar racing. Plus, its distinctive aerodynamic design made it stand out on the track, even if it didn't always bring home the victory. Oh wow, this is like a vintage showdown with a twist. The Penske PC-23 is a classic, and it's got some serious heritage behind it. But the Reynard 95i was a tough competitor back in the day, known for its agility. Honestly, it's a close call. If I had to pick, I'd say the Reynard might have a slight edge on this track because of its finesse. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's like choosing between a vintage wine and a well-aged scotch. Let's see who wins. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Riverside Lawn. Shoto Todoroki 39 is on pole, cruising in the 1995 Lola T 9500.8. Let's see if that old beauty can hold the lead, or if the new challengers will catch up. Shoto Todoroki 39 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Axton Hits is holding strong in second place. Tokido Kibre is currently in third, trying to keep up. Tokido Kibre Axton Hits are nose to tail for second place. Emerald Tick for 988 just gained a spot to fifth. Maya and Resnapalm 6 are locked in a fierce duel for sixth. Imbus Platinum is climbing to 7th place. Gina Jones is also moving up to 9th. Scott Dixon and Gina are nose to tail for 9th. Scott Dixon is now in 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 9th position. Rosauris is making a move up 2 spots to 15th. Emerald Tick 3988 just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Looks like the battle for 4th is heating up with Amy and Emerald Tick 3988 close behind each other. Gina Jones is climbing up to 9th, making some moves. Resnapalm 6 and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 5th place. Scott Dixon is sneaking into the top 10, climbing 1 spot to 9th. Gina Jones is currently in 10th place driving a Reynard 9501. Her race seems steady but not making any big moves yet. Hey Naibe? Welcome back to the stream. glad you could join us again. Hope you're ready for some crazy AI car races. Sit back and enjoy the show. The IndyCar's 1995 cars seem evenly matched, but the Riverside long track favors those with better handling and stability. The top drivers is spread out, so the combo isn't causing major chaos yet. Emerald Tigfria 988 is driving a Reynard 95i and is currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady after starting in 6th, so they might be making some moves. New for Life is driving a Reynard 95i and currently in the 16th place. Their lap time is a bit slower than most, so it looks like the race is not going their way today. Desserts was Reynard 95i is struggling with the pace, currently way behind the leaders and over a second slower than the fastest lap. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Imbus Platinum is now in 6th place. Maya has moved into 7th. Pippi Landström is closing in on the top 10, now in 10th. Trifonenity 3 is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in the middle of the pack in the 14th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:27.077, so they're holding a decent pace but still a bit behind the leaders. Trifonenity 3 is climbing up one spot to 11th place. Gina Jones and Trifonenity 3 are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Rose Saris are locked in a close fight for 15th place. Maya is maintaining her position in the top 5. Amy is closing in on Emerald Tigfria 988, now just a second behind. Desserts is gaining on Gina Jones, the gap down to less than a second. The track's tight turns seem to favor the cars with better handling, helping Shitodaruki 39 stay ahead, while others struggle to overtake smoothly. Scott Dixon and Rusnapalm 6 are nose-to-tail fighting for 8th place. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close scrap for 16th. Wow! Shoto Todoroki 39, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on that impressive win. Wow! Shota Todoroki 39 really did it. Congratulations on taking the win. You must have some serious skills behind the wheel. That was an impressive race. Sure thing. Did you know the 1998 Porsche 911 GT2 was equipped with a turbocharged engine that could pump out around 430 horsepower? That's pretty impressive for a car from the late 90s, making it a real beast on the track. Plus, it was known for its raw, unfiltered driving experience that could make even seasoned racers sweat a little. Hey everyone! Time's almost up to pick your favorite car. Make sure you get your choices in before the clock runs out or you'll miss out on all the AI racing action. Don't let your chance to root for the fastest machine slip away. Well, both of these cars have some serious attitude, but in very different ways. The Mercury Cougar XR7 MSA is a classic muscle car with a bit of racing pedigree, but it's a bit older and might be a tad less nimble compared to the Mustang. On the other hand, the Ford Mustang Cobra CCA is a more modern beast with likely better handling and speed. Considering the track and the cars, I'd probably put my chips on Amy's Mustang to take the lead early and hold it pretty comfortably. But Mr. Wolf J's Cougar could definitely surprise us if he manages to find some extra grip and speed. In the end, I think the Mustang will probably edge out the Cougar, but either way, it should be an exciting race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Wachilalan Largo, and Pippi Langstrump is on pole in a 1984 Ferrari 288X GTO. Let's see if that classic can hold its ground, or if the AI spots an opening. Akanona has shot off the line to take the lead. Pippi Langstrump is holding strong in second place. Hingelnaby Kringleberry is hanging on in third, but expect some shuffling soon. Hingelnaby Kringleberry is climbing up to second place. Gina Jones is also moving up to fifth. Gina Jones and the Hyper 7 are neck and neck for fourth place. Gina Jones is climbing up to fourth place. The Hyper 7 and Gina are nose to nose for that spot. Dor Rogue and Naibi are also locked in a close fight for sixth. Naiba is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to grab third place. Maya just moved up 1 spot to 7th. Looks like Maya and Dor Rogue are locked in a close fight for 7th. Pippi Langstrump is dropping back to 14. Gina Jones is climbing to 4th. I am moving up to 5th. Naibe is now in 2nd place. Hingelma Kringleberry and Naiba are battling closely for 2nd. Idiliv has moved up to 10th place. The Hyper 7 is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Maya and the Hyper 7 are nose to tail fighting for that 5th position. Forty Afro is up to 8th place, also gaining ground. Pippi Langstrump is driving a Ferrari 288X6 GTO from 1984, a classic with a reputation for speed and style. Looks like they started at the front but are currently in last place, so the race might be a bit of a challenge for them today. Maya advances to 5th place. Edie Leave climbs to 9th. Mr. Wolf J jumps 2 spots to 10th. Mr. Wolf J and Edie Live are nose to tail for 9th. Maya is in 9th place with a Nissan 300ZX Turbo Imza. She's got a decent lap time but still needs to find some speed to move up. Looks like she's holding steady for now. The Hyper 7 is climbing nicely to take 5th place. Amy is making a move to 11th. Scott Dixon is inching up to 12th. Rogue advances to 6th place. Leva climbs 2 spots to 7th. New for Life moves up to 9th. Mr. Wolf J just climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Scott Dixon also moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Looks like they're both on the rise. Akanon is leading the race in a 1990 Merkur XR4 Ti, which is surprisingly holding its own against the more modern cars. Looks like they're maintaining a solid pace, and might be enjoying a bit of an underdog moment. Amy is currently in 11th place with a 1994 Ford Mustang Cobra CC. She's close behind the pack, but still has some room to improve her position. Naiba is gaining on Akanoni, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Amy, New for Life, are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Mr. Wolf J is creeping up on Amy, cutting the distance by 1.2 seconds. Naiba just took the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wow, Naiba just won the race. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Congrats on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Naiba. Winning the race and snagging the fastest lap is no small feat. They really earned that victory. And hey, with the fastest lap, they get to claim that sleek 1986 Porsche 961 LM. That's a classic right there. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. Claiming the 1994 Ford Mustang Cobra CCA is quite the prize. Definitely a sweet ride to add to the collection. Well done to both of you. Sure thing. The Formula Junior 1970 class was basically the playground for future racing legends. Fun fact? Many of these tiny but mighty cars were so lightweight that sometimes a good gust of wind could give them a little push. It was like racing on a giant high-speed breeze. Well, considering Hingo McCringleberry's impressive 206 wins out of 2,590 races, and their rank at 8th, they definitely know their way around the track. But Maya, with 199 wins and a higher rank of 5th, has consistently been climbing the ladder. It's a close call, but I think Maya might just have a slight edge here. After all, being ranked higher usually means they've got some extra skills up their sleeve. Who are you putting your chips on? Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Ailes track, and leading the pack is Connor Malady in a 1972 Estonia 18, starting from pole. Looks like they've got a great shot to stay ahead, but you never know with these AI drivers. Buckle up! Connor Malady has shot off the line and taken the lead. Gina Jones is holding second place, trying to keep up. Wolf is in third, but not far behind, ready to pounce. Wolf is climbing up to second place. Asironi is also advancing, now in fourth. Uncle Tobin and Asironi are nose to nose for the fourth spot. New for Life is in 12th place, so they're hanging back a bit. Their car is a 1972 Estonia 18, just like everyone else. Looks like they're not making much progress so far. Uncle Tobin just overtook someone to move into third place. Asironi is also climbing up one spot, now in fourth. Gina Jones and Asironi are nose-to-nose fighting for that fourth position. Telescope Bima and Gina Jones are nose-to-tail for fifth place. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 10th. Amy and I are locked in a fierce duel for ninth. Gina Jones and Asironi are neck and neck for fourth place. Hippie Langstrom and Amy are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Telescope Bime is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 12. Scott Dixon is climbing up one spot to 6. Inga McCringleberry is also moving up one place to 7. Telescope Bime is in 7th place, driving in 1972 Estonia 18. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Telescope Bime is in 7th place, hanging in the middle of the pack. Their car is a 1972 Estonia 18, just like the others. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones is in 2nd place, driving a 1972 Estonia 18. Looks like she's holding her position well, but no real moves yet. Pippi Langstrom is in 10th place, starting behind Gina Jones and ahead of New for Life. Their car is a 1972 Estonia 18, just like everyone else, so no special tricks there. Looks like a steady race for now, no major moves from them yet. Gina Jones is currently in 5th place, but her fastest lap time is missing, so she might be holding back. Her car is a 1972 Estonia 18, just like the others, so no surprises there. The track seems to favor the front runners with consistent lap times, but the tight pack behind suggests overtaking opportunities are limited, and the surface might be challenging for some drivers. Scott Dixon's car is a 1972 Estonia 18 in the Formula Junior 1970 class status. He is currently in 6th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute, 45 seconds, which shows he's holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Amy's car is a 1972 Estonia 18, starting from the 11th position. She's currently in 10th, so she's gained a spot but still has some work to do. Her fastest lap is 1:46.39, which is decent, but not enough to threaten the top. Amy is in 11th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 46 seconds. Her car is a 1972 Estonia 18, and she's slightly behind the leaders but holding her own. Uncle Tobin is driving a 1972 Estonia 18, and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Amy's car is a 1972 Estonia 18 in the Formula Junior 1970 class. She's currently in 10th place and has the slowest, fastest lap among the top 10. Looks like she's struggling to keep up. Pippi Langström's car is a 1972 Estonia 18, starting in 10th place. Looks like she's struggling a bit with the pace, currently in 11th and a bit behind the leaders. Not the best race so far. Connor Malady is holding the lead and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Well, look at that. Connor Malady just crossed the finish line first. Guess they really knew how to leave the pack behind. Congratulations! Wow, Connor Malady really took the checkered flag. Congrats to them for an excellent race. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race. You get to claim that vintage 1972 Estonia 18 Formula Junior. Amy, congratulations as well for pulling off the most overtakes. You also earned that classic 1972 Estonia 18. Looks like today's race was all about speed and skill. Well done to everyone involved. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Bathurst is known for its tight corners and elevation changes. Speed is important, but if the car can't navigate those tricky turns smoothly, you're not going to stay at the front for long. Braking stability also matters a lot since you'll need to brake hard into some of those sharp corners. Overall, a well-balanced car that can handle both high-speed sections and sharp turns would be the way to go. Ooh, this is quite the vintage showdown. Both of these cars are from the same year but crafted by different manufacturers, so it's pretty much a battle of style and engineering. The Surtees ES5 is known for its agility on tight corners and sharp turns, which could be a game changer on Bathurst's challenging sections. Meanwhile, the McKee Mark 12 has a reputation for stability and a bit more straight-line speed. Honestly, if Amy can make the most of that nimbleness and navigate the mountain corners with finesse, she might edge out Vagrant Enchanter. But if Vagrant Enchanter manages to keep it stable and exploit any straightaways, it could turn into a close call. I bet it's going to be a neck-and-neck race, but I've got my money on Amy's T5 for that extra flair around the bends. Alright, folks, the race is kicking off at Bathurst, and leading the pack is the Critical Egg in a classic 1968 Crossel 15F. It's starting on pole, and I gotta say, this vintage beauty better bring its A game today. Let's see if the old school charm can hold off the new arrivals. Dr. Monkey 13 has taken the lead right out of the gate. The Critical Egg is holding strong in second place. Bees McGee is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Hen Fatigue and Swell Placed V are neck and neck for 6th place. Amy and Maya are still battling for 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th, one spot at a time. The Critical Egg is making a move. And now, in first place, Dr. Monkey 13 is right behind, not giving up that spot easily. Hippie Langstrumpf and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 11th. Jay Bolgi is climbing up to 15th place. Nestek is making a move to 24. Marja Kogleich is driving a 1968 McKee Mark 12 Art de Kirsch. He's currently in 4th place, so he's holding a solid position but not quite at the front. Looks like he's keeping it steady for now. Smurf 20 is driving a Lotus 70, which is known for its sharp handling and lightweight design. Looks like they're stuck behind slower cars and not making much progress. S. Davin Games is climbing one spot to take the 17th place. New for Life and S. Davin Games are nose to nose for 17th. Miku Broadcast and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 18th. Pippi Langstrom and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 11th place. Nico Broadcast and Rufa Life are locked in a close fight for 18th. N-Body Notes is climbing up to 23rd. That's Oti Serena and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 12th place. Ingela Kringleberry and Nickel Broadcast are locked in a fierce duel for 19th. Leon is climbing up one spot to 25th. Matrixco is driving a 1969, the Grand Mark 11. They're currently in 15th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or mistakes so far. Beef Sliders is climbing to 4th place. Swell Placed V is now in 5th. Maya is pushing into 7th. Henfatig just overtook someone to take 7th place. Maya and Henfatig are nose to nose for 7th. Niku Broadcast and SS Davin Games are battling hard for 17th. The Grand Enchanter climbs to 9th place. Gina Jones also advances to 10th. Amy and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 18th place. Jehad Triad is now in 22nd. Gina Jones and Vagrant Enter are nose to tail for 9th place. That's Salty Serena is climbing 2 spots to 11. Matrixco is gaining 1 spot to 13. Gina Jones and Vagrant Enchanter are nose to nose for 9th place. Amy is sneaking into 11th. Pippi Langstrumpf is inching up to 13th. Pippi Langstrumpf and That Salty Serena are locked in a close fight for 12. Pippi Langstrumpf and That Salty Serena are nose to nose for 12th place. And Body Notes is climbing up to 22nd. Bada! Nistak is also making moves to 23rd. Dr. Monkey 13 takes the lead now. Beefs McGee is hot on his tail in 2nd. Beef Sliders is closing in on the Critica leg, but still a bit behind. The Critica leg is really having a rough time dropping back to 24th place. Beef Sliders just sneaked into 3rd and Swell Place TV is right behind in 4th. Looks like some shifting happening up front. Miko Broadcast and S. Devon Games are neck and neck for 16th place. Leo Yum is climbing 1 spot to 24th. Smurf 20 is also up 1 position to 25th. Amy is struggling a bit in 9th place, while Vagrant Enter is holding 10th. Looks like Vagrant Enter might have the edge if they stay close. Matrixco just overtook someone to move up to 12th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Matrixco are nose to nose for 11th. That's Salty Serena and Matrixco are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Wow, Dr. Monkey 13, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Dr. Monkey 13 really took the checkered flag. Congratulations! Looks like they've got some serious racing skills. Maybe I should start taking notes from them. Excellent job! Here's a fun fact about Barber Motorsports Park. It's actually one of the most beautiful racetracks out there, nestled in the rolling hills of Alabama. They say the lush landscaping and the iconic racing museum make it a very photogenic place to watch cars zoom by. Plus, it's known for its friendly atmosphere and challenging turns that keep the drivers on their toes. So, not only do you get racing action, but you also get to enjoy some eye candy for the scenic side of things. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Don't wait until it's too late. Hey Wayne Train 94, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you've been well. Get ready for some high-speed AI action, and maybe a few surprises along the way. Oh, this is quite the classic car show down at Barber Motorsports Park. The 1968 Pontiac Bonneville is a big heavy cruiser with lots of torque, perfect for tearing up straightaways, but maybe a bit less agile around tight corners. On the other hand, the 1973 Alpine A110 is renowned for its nimbleness and sharp handling, especially on twisty tracks like Barber. Considering the track and those car characteristics, I'd probably lean towards Ozgezerod's Alpine being the favorite to take the win. It's built for precision and quick turns, which are crucial at Barber. I mean, Maya's Bonneville will make a statement with its power, but I doubt it can outmaneuver the lighter, more agile French classic in this race. So, my money's on Ozgezerod and the Alpine A110 to come out ahead. Let's see if I'm right. Alright everyone, we're kicking things off at Barber Motorsports Park with the 1970s Slow Cars class. Leading the pack at the very front is New for Life, driving a classic 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 Doi. Let's see if it can hold that pole position or if the other cars have a surprise in store. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Dude Smoke Ublunt in second and Papakisi in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Uncle Tobin and Gina Jones are neck and neck for fourth place. Autumn Thunderbird and Pippi Langstrom are fighting hard for ninth. Story Forge just snuck up one spot to 13. Uncle Tobin just overtook someone to take fourth place. Maya is climbing up to 14. Donguts on 3 and Juno's got the leads are nose to nose for 15. Darigas is now in 5th place, climbing one spot. Donguts on 3 is in 15th place, also moving up one spot. Papa Cat C is driving a 1972 Ford Gran Torino, a classic muscle car trash. They're holding a solid third place, staying close behind the leaders. Looks like they're in the mix for a podium finish. Uncle Tobin just sneaked into third place. Looks like he's on a mission. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail for 10th. This could go either way. Autumn Thunderbird is driving a 1971 Ford Falcon X YGTTHO. They are holding the 10th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack but staying steady. Looks like a solid middle-of-the-road effort so far. Maya just overtook someone to move into 12th place. Nulavi and Maya are nose to tail for 11. Dongnets on their 3 and Story Forge are swapping positions in the 14th spot. P. Langstrom is closing in on Violetta Mama, cutting the gap to just over a second. They are nose to nose for 8th place. Meanwhile, Red Panda Manatee 4 and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Wayne Trinity 4 just overtook someone to move into the top 20. Looks like they're in a close fight for 18th place. Autumn Thunderbird just sneaked into 9th place. Pippi Langstrom and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to nose for that spot. Dongnets on A3 and Story Forge are locked in a close fight for 14th. Nulavi and Red Panda Manatee 4 are nose to nose for 11th place. Story Forge and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Dice Chains, chipping away at the gap by almost 2 seconds. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing up to 10th place. Dongnets on 3 is also advancing to 14. Looks like Dongnets on 3 and I are locked in a close fight for 13th. Dongnets on 3 is climbing up to 13th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is advancing to 18th place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Oscar Zerod are nose to nose for 17th place. Darigos and Papa Casey are nose to tail for 4th place. Oscar Zerod is chopping down Juna Gottlieb's lead. Now just 1.6 seconds behind. Oskzerod and Juno Gottliebs are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. Dongnets on 3 and Nulavi are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Wayne Trinity 4 just sneaked up 1 place to 17th. Darigos is now in 4th place. Violetta Mama has moved up to 7th. Red Panda Manatee 4 has gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for 7th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 just overtook someone to take 7th place. Nulavi and Amy are nose to nose for 11th. Maya is climbing up to 12th and just edged past Nulavi. Red Panda Manatee 4 just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Nulavi moved up 1 spot into 11th. Dongnets on 3 made a 2-position jump into 12th. Dory Forge just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is also climbing up to 17th place. Oskzarot and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to nose for 17th place. Looks like a tight duel. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing up to 5th place. Dory Forge is also moving up to 13th. Amy and Story Forge are nose to nose for 13th. Uncle Tobin just sneaked into 2nd place. Dungitson 3 and Nulavi are nose to tail for 11. Looks like a close one there. Wow, congratulations. Looks like you really know how to cross the finish line first. Well-deserved victory. Congratulations to Newbie for Life for taking the victory. Well-deserved win. You really drove that race like a champ. And great job to everyone else too, but especially to me for winning that bet race. I get to claim a 1968 Pontiac Bonneville. I might have to add a vintage touch to my collection now. Stay tuned for more races and more cars to claim. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is ticking down faster than a turbocharged engine. Get those selections in before it's too late, or you might end up with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up and make your choice before the race begins. Wow, this is a pretty classic showdown. On one side we have Shane with the Minardi M188, and on the other, Amy with the Ligier J31. Both cars are from the late 80s. So we're talking about some vintage racing machines. The Minardi has a reputation for being a bit of a wild card, but it can surprise you with some unexpected speed. The Ligier, meanwhile, is known for its handling and reliability, but it might lack the raw power of some of its competitors. Considering the tracks at Nola Motorsports Park, it's a mix of high-speed straights and tight corners, which makes car choice crucial. I'd say Shane's Minardi could potentially shine in the twists and turns if it manages to handle the weight well. Amy's Ligia might have an edge on the straights, thanks to its aerodynamic design. But it all comes down to who can really make the car work best in these conditions. Given all that, I'd put my money on Amy's Ligia JS31 winning this one. It might not be a flashy throwback, but it has the edge in handling and consistent performance. But hey, with vintage cars, anything can happen. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed for some surprises. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at NOLA Motorsports Park. Scott Dixon is starting on pole, driving that classic 1988 Ryle RC1. Things are already looking exciting. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Scott Dixon is leading the race right now. Shattered Pixel is in second place and Kyroscope is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Christopher advances to 10th place. Lux Ravenous moves up to 15th place. Lux Ravenous and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for 14th place. Pippi Langstrom and Kreisgoffer are nose to tail for 10th place. Catgirl TM just gained one spot and is now in 13th. I am also climbing up one spot to 15th. Pippi Langstrom has moved up one spot to take 10th place. New for Life has also gained one position, now in 18th place. Just Jeanette and New for Life are nose to nose for 18th. Pippi Langstrom's car is a Tyrrell 017, and she's currently in 11th place. Looks like she's holding her own, but still has some room to improve her position. Kyroscope and Shattered Pixel are nose-to-nose for second place. Jay Bulgi and Mr. Wolf J are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Next to Romaval and Kreisgoffer are battling it out for 11th. Jay Bulgi and Shutem M up are nose to tail for 6th place. Maya has climbed 2 spots to 13. Catgirl TN and Maya are locked in a fierce scrap for the same position. New for Life is driving a Ryle RC1. They are currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up. Kyroscope is in 3rd place driving a Zaxpeed 881. Their race looks steady so far, staying close behind the leaders but not quite in the hunt for the top spot. Hingle McCringleberry is driving an Ozella F. A 1L. He's currently in 4th place, so he's holding a solid position, but not quite challenging the top 3. Looks like he's keeping it steady so far. Lotusos is driving the Lotus 100T, known for its innovative aerodynamics and turbocharged engine. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady with a decent lap time. Looks like a solid race so far. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Shoot 'em Up is also making progress, now in 6th. Next to Romaval and Kreisgoffer are nose-to-nose for 11th. Jay Bulgi and Shoot 'em Up are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Next to Romaval is climbing up to 11th, inching past Kreisgoffer, who's holding onto that spot. Mr. Wolf J is driving a Colony FC 188. He's currently in 5th place, and has a pretty decent lap time of 1:35.833. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Well, oh, look at that. Scott Dixon just added another victory to his collection. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Scott Dixon on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. And congrats on snagging the fastest lap too. You really showed everyone what you're made of. As for the prize, you can claim the classic 1988 Rail ARC-1. A real blast from the past. And Maya, hats off for the most overtakes today. That was some slick maneuvering. You get to take home the 1988 Osella F01 L Hope. You enjoy racing that vintage beauty. Great job to both of you. Alright everyone, get those fingers ready because the time to pick your favorite car is almost gone. Make your choice before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up and join the fun. Alright, so we've got Oscar Zod in a classic Dodge Dart and Amy in a Ford Mustang Boss. Both are iconic rides. But let's be real here. The Dodge Dart from 1968 has that vintage charm. But on a long street course like Willow Springs streets of Willow Long, it might be a bit of a slowpoke compared to the more aggressive and sporty Mustang Boss. The Mustang Boss is known for its power and agility, especially on a longer track where acceleration and handling matter. I'd say Amy's car might have the edge in this race, unless Osgarod's vintage charm somehow grants him supernatural speed. So, I'm putting my chips on Amy and her Ford Mustang Boss to take the top spot. But hey, with AI driving, anything's possible. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Willow Springs streets of Willow Long. Pippi Langstrup is starting on pole in the vintage Trans Am class, cruising in a classic 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. Let's see if she can keep that lead. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in second, and Amy is holding strong in third. Looks like a fun chase already. That Salty Sirena is on the charge, climbing 3 spots to 20. Scott Dixon is inching forward, now in 10th. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is also making progress, now in 14th. Bobardo climbs to 9th place. Bobardo and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose to nose for 8th. Imus Gordon advances to 14. Scott Dixon is now in 10th place. Bobardo and Dixon are nose to tail for that spot. Naturally Unlucky is climbing to 16th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Bobardo and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 10. Wanga Tangsegin, 272, is inching up to 16. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Bobardo has moved up to 10th place, also gaining 1 position. Wangatang 7 272 is in 15th place, climbing 1 spot as well. Gaming To Fight Cancer is climbing to 14th place. Naturally Unlucky is now 16th place. Pace CR and Naturally Unlucky are nose to nose for the next spot. Pace ARR is climbing nicely to 16th place. Wangatang saving 272. And Naturally Unlucky are nose to nose for 17. That's Alti Serena is closing in on Belthaintheist, closing the gap by over a second. Imus Gordon is driving a 1968 Porsche 912R. Their race looks like a non-starter with a lap time of 99.99, which suggests they might not be actively participating, or their car isn't moving. Scott Dixon is closing in on Bobardo, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Imus Gordon is climbing up 1 spot to take 13th place. Hikori Hamzam and Imus Gordon are locked in a tight battle for 13th place. Hingumi Kringleberry just snuck into the lead, pushing Pone. Pippi Langstrumpf is right behind, giving a good chase. This race is heating up with those two neck and neck. Pippi Langstrumpf just took the lead, claiming first place. Naturally Unlucky is inching closer to 15. Pace CR and Naturally Unlucky are nose to nose for the 16th spot. Naturally Unlucky is climbing up to 15th place. Belthaina the Beast is catching Wangatang 7 272, closing the gap by a second. Dr. Monkey 13 and Singoshi are locked in a fierce fight for 22nd. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing up to 8th place. Naturally Unlucky is gaining on Hickory Hamson, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. The vintage Trans Am cars are holding tight with close lap times, showing the track suits their power and handling. The Group 2 cars are struggling with lap times mostly over a minute and 20 seconds, indicating the track's demanding nature for less powerful or less suited cars. Naturally Unlucky is really closing the gap on Hickory Hamsam, just 2 seconds behind now. Pace CAR has climbed 1 spot to 16. Anonymous Ninity 3 just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Gabitha Minimac and Anonymous Nini 3 are still nose to nose for that spot. Naturally Unlucky is closing in on Hickory himself, shaving off 1.4 seconds. Wow, Pippi Langstrom, you really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just took the checkered flag. Congrats to them for an impressive victory. It's always fun to see the underdog take the win. Now, for the great news. Scott Dixon, you've got the fastest lap, which means you can claim a vintage beauty. A 1970 Ford Mustang Boss from the Trans Am series. Nice reward for pushing the limits. And Amy, since you won the bet race, you also get to claim the same classic car. Looks like it's a Mustang showdown, folks. Who knew racing AI cars could bring out such exciting prizes? Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Get those selections in before we hit the start line. Alright, so we've got Hingle McCringleberry behind the wheel, the classic 1970 Lotus 72 in Scott Dixon in the 1971 Tyrrell 02. Both cars are vintage beauties but quite different in their design and performance traits. The Lotus 72 is known for its aerodynamic shaping and innovative design, which gave it a competitive edge in its prime. But it's also a bit of a question mark how it will handle on modern circuit inputs like Sydney Homebush Street Circuit. The Tyrrell 002, on the other hand, has a reputation for solid handling and a balanced chassis, especially around tight corners and street circuits. Considering the circuit's layout and the vintage car's characteristics, I'd lean slightly towards Scott Dixon in the Tyrrell 002. It should have a bit more stability through the sharp turns and a reliable performance overall. Hingle McCringleberry's Lotus is a wild card. Fast when it's in its element, but possibly a bit more unpredictable on this street course. Though, if I had to make a bet, I'd say Scott Dixon might edge out in 8 or 9 position, with a small but confident lead. Who are you rooting for? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit with Lord Buttrell leading the pack, starting on pole in a classic 1971 Matra M S120B. Buckle up, this is going to be interesting. Aerotech is leading the race right now. Lord Buttrell is holding second place. Scott Dixon is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Stephen Brinkley's car is a 1971 Brabham BT 34 Tour. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place, no overtakes yet. But the race is still young. Agrit's 34 is driving a Tyrrell 002 from 1971. They are currently in the 18th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Hingle is starting third and Scott is fourth. Hingle might have the edge if he gets a good start, but Scott's right behind. It's a tight battle for now. New for Life is driving a 1971 Ferrari 312B22. They are currently in 14th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. The Sydney Circuit's tight corners are making overtakes tricky, so expect some strategic moves to shake up the order soon. Pippi Langstrom just made a bold move and overtook 17 cars to take the lead. Aerotech is right behind and they're battling fiercely for first place now. Aerotech just snatched the lead from Lord Buttrell. Lord Buttrell is now in second place. Scott Dixon has moved into third. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Estevan Games and New for Life are nose to tail for the 14th spot. Eggs 34 just sneaked past one car to claim 17th. The F1 1971 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the Sydney Circuit's tight corners are likely favoring drivers with better handling skills. The track's complexity might be keeping the top spots close. New for Life is driving a Ferrari 312B2, a classic from the early 70s. They're currently in 16th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Jerk Plays and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Pippi Langstrom is rapidly closing the gap on Agrit's 34, cutting it down by 1.6 seconds. Cherofikitten is on a roll, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Aerotech is not giving up, staying close and trying to find a way around. This battle for the top spot is heating up. Wow! Aerotech really took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the ones to beat. Well done! Congratulations to Aerotek on winning the race. Well done on the victory. As for the lucky drivers, Scott Dixon, since you won the bet race, you get to claim the classic 1971 Tyrrell 002. Enjoy that piece of racing history. Here's a fun fact about the 1973 Porsche 911 RSS. It earned the nickname the Ducktail because of its distinctive rear spoiler that looks just like a duck's tail. Not only did it improve aerodynamics and stability at high speeds, but it also gave the car a pretty iconic look that collectors are still racing to get their hands on today. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the moment to make your move before they zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the action. Wow, this is quite the classic showdown. Rome Spider in a sleek 1963 Ferrari 250G Berlinetta versus me in a vintage 1973 Porsche 911. Both cars are total legends. But let's be honest, the Ferrari has that timeless Italian flair and likely a touch more speed on the straights. The Porsche is no slouch though, known for its handling and that iconic rear-engine balance. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning slightly towards Rome Spider's Ferrari taking the win, just because that era's Ferrari really knew how to turn heads, and hopefully, accelerate just as well. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. We might see some unexpected moves. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Bowman Gray Stadium. And look who's on pole. Gina Jones. In a gorgeous 1973 Porsche 911 RS. Classic beauty ready to flex those vintage muscles. Leon Tudaxos has taken the lead right out of the gate. Pippi Langstrom is holding strong in second place. JC Productions is sitting comfortably in third. The race is already shaping up to be interesting. Beef Sliders is on the rise, now in fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life is climbing fast, now in 6th after passing 4 cars. Anaxagorex is making moves, now in 7th after overtaking 5 cars. Aerotech is closing in on Anaxagorax fast, just 13 seconds behind now. Someone's gaining on Beyond Two Dark Souls, cutting the gap by 7.9 seconds. Abigail Killens has moved up one spot to take second place. Gina Jones just snuck into second place, leaving the rest of the pack wondering what just happened. New for Life is chipping away at Ren Kaori, closing the gap by a second and a half. Hingle McCringleberry and Shoot 'em Up are nose to nose for 9th place. Looks like a battle for bragging rights. Maya is now in 9th place, closing in on the top 8. Amy has climbed to 12th, but still got some ground to cover. Judas Mogiablunt is driving a 1968 Mercedes-Benz 300 SEL. They're currently in the 16th place and have a fastest lap of 19.805 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite breaking into the top tier. Anaxagorax just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Move for Life and Anaxagorax are nose to tail for that 6th spot. Amy is climbing up to 11th, making her way through the pack. Beef Sliders is now in 2nd place, climbing 2 spots. Anaxagorax has moved up to 5th place, gaining 1 spot. Aerotech is in 6th place, also climbing 2 spots. Gina Jones and Abigail Killens are nose to nose for 3rd place. Maya is climbing up to 8th, looking to join the party. Anaxagorax just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Gina Jones and Anaxagorax are still nose to nose for that position. No for Life is climbing up to 8th place. Anaxagorax is climbing to 3rd place. Erotic is also moving up, now in 5th. Gina Jones and Erotic are nose to nose for 5th place. Erotic is holding on to 4th place, but Abigail Killens is right behind, looking for a move. Amy and Move for Life are also close, fighting for 9th position. Aerotech is climbing up to 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move to 18. Keep an eye on those shifts. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Abigail Killens and Gina are locked in a close fight for that spot. I am also making a move up to 7th place. Ren Kaori is now in 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy is also moving up 1 spot, now in 9th. New for Life and Amy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Beef Sliders is closing in on JC Productions, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Amy is climbing 1 spot to 8th place. New for Life is also moving up 1 spot to 9th place. Wow, JC Productions really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Big congratulations to JC Productions on winning the race. That That was an exciting finish, and they totally earned it. And a huge shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for snagging the fastest lap. You can now claim that vintage streetcar, the 1968 Pontiac Bonneville. Nice work speeding through those curves. Maya, you came out on top in the bet race, so you get to take home the iconic 1973 Porsche 911 RS. That's a legendary choice, well deserved. Amy, with those daring overtakes, you definitely earned your prize of the 1968 Pontiac Bonneville too. Looks like everyone's driving off in style today. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down to the final seconds. Make your choices now or forever hold your peace as the AI takes the wheel. Get those selections in before it's too late. Interesting matchup here. Both cars from the same era but quite different in design and performance. GM Prime, with the footwork F16, has a reputation for being a bit more aggressive on the track. But that Minardi MY95 has a certain underdog charm that can surprise you. Since Laguna Seca is all about handling and cornering, the Minardi's lighter design might give it an edge in tight turns. But the footwork's raw power and stability could help it maintain a better top speed on the straights. Honestly, this one's a toss-up, but if I had to call it, I'd say the footwork might just take it by a hair because of its slightly more advanced aerodynamics for that era. Of course, we've seen underdogs pull off surprises before, so don't count out the Minardi either. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Laguna Seca, and leading the pack is Zero Time Alive in the pole position, flying high in a 1995 Ligier GS41 Taunt. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the AI drama will shake things up. Zero Time Alive has shot off the line to take the lead. GN Prime is holding strong in second place, while Drew or False is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Nemuda and Drew or False are nose-to-nose for third place. Numbu for Life and Shoebox TV are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Amy is climbing up to eighth, making moves. In for Life and Shoebox TV are nose to tail for sixth place. Gina Jones is climbing up to ninth. Scott Dixon and Gina are fighting hard for ninth spot. Drew False is climbing up to second place. New for Life has gained one spot and is now in sixth. The battle between New for Life and Ingle McCringleberry for fifth is getting pretty close. Double is on a roll, climbing up to 11. Christelle 33 is not holding back, now in 12th. Move for Life is having a tough time dropping to 13. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a strong push. now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shoebox TV is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, the gap shrinking by 1.5 seconds. And I just moved up 1 spot to 16. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya is now in 15th place, climbing 1 spot. New for Life has also gained 1 position, now in 16. The race is heating up. Mimudar is dropping back to 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th. Amy is advancing to 5th. Crystal 33 just climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Hippie Langstrom just moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Looks like a little shuffle in the middle of the pack. GN Prime is holding a slight lead over Drewer Falls, but with just 1 lap to go, it's anyone's game. Drewer Falls is right behind, ready to pounce if GN Prime slips. Davin Gaines is closing in on Murmudar fast, just 15.4 seconds behind. Hingle McCringleberry and GM Prime are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up 1 spot to 12th. Trash Crashton is driving a Minardi M195 and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1:22.31. So they're not exactly setting the pace, but holding steady. Double is driving a Minardi M195, starting from the 14th position. They are currently in 11th place and have the fastest lap among Minardi drivers, so they're making some progress. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Shoebox TV and Amy are neck and neck for 5th. Crystal 33 is driving a Pacific PR02 and is currently in 12th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second faster than the leader, so they're holding a decent pace but not challenging for the top spots. Crystal 33 is driving a Pacific PR02. They're currently in 12th place and have a pretty decent lap time of just over 1:18. Looks like they're holding steady but not exactly setting the world on fire. Wow, Zero Timberlake really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Wow, Zero Timberlake really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on that win. Looks like all those hours spent tuning paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2018 Honda IndyCar. Honda engines are known for their smooth power delivery and reliability, which might give it a slight edge on a track like Oschersleben. Plus, I hear Honda tends to have a bit more finesse in handling turns compared to the Chevrolet. So, I'd say the Honda has a good shot at crossing the finish line ahead of the Chevrolet. Alright, so we have Anonymous Ninity 3 in a Honda IndyCar and Schmerzenlieb in a Chevrolet IndyCar. Both are solid choices, but the Honda is known for its quicker acceleration and sharper handling, especially on tight corners. The Chevrolet, on the other hand, tends to have a bit more top-end speed, which could come in handy on Oscherslebens longer straightaways. It's a close call, but I'd give a slight edge to Anonymous Ninity 3, because of the Honda's agility around this track's twists. Still, if Schmerzenlieb manages to utilize the Chevrolet's straight-line speed effectively, we could see an upset. Who are you placing your bets on? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Oschersleben and Spikebuls is on pole in a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Looks like they've got the early lead, but let's see if those AI drivers can keep up with the precision. Spikebuls has taken an early lead. Rondon 69 is right behind in second, and Pippi Langstrom is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Rondon 69 is now in first place. The Fox 84 has moved up one spot to take third. Pippi Langstrom and the Fox 84 are nose to nose for third place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing to fifth place. Schmerzenliebe and Anonymous Ninity 3 are battling closely for fifth. Indigo Piety is advancing to seventh. Amy just nudged into 14th place. Gina Jones is now in 16th. Looks like they're both on the move. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 7th place. Geogun Americas is now in 8th. Equinoxta was moved into 9th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Hingle McCringleberry just nudged ahead of you, Maya. Looks like the race for 16th is heating up. Schmerzenliebe is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar, currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The Fox 84 is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar and is currently in 3rd place. Their race looks steady but not spectacular so far. New 4 Life is in 10th place, driving a Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The race seems pretty tight up front. Yogi Numericals dropping back to 15th place. New for Life climbing to 9th. Indigo Peta moving into 10th. Indigo Peta is in 7th place on the track. Their fastest lap is currently not recorded, so they might be saving their speed or facing some issues. The race for them seems to be steady but not spectacular so far. Gina Jones is in the Honda IndyCar, starting from the 17th position. Her fastest lap is a solid one, 18.704. She's currently in 14th place, so she's making some moves forward. Dawes 84 is climbing up to 2nd place. Amy is making a move to 11th. Anonymous 93 is holding a solid 5th, but needs to find a way past Schmerzenlife, who's stuck back in 6th with a slow lap. It's a tight battle, but Schmerzenlife might have the edge if they keep their cool. Indigo Peta is in 11th place with the fastest lap of 1:18.925. Looks like they're holding steady, but no real push yet. Rondon 69 is leading in a Chevrolet IndyCar, and it looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Their race seems smooth and confident so far. Mighty Chunk is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar, starting from 9th place. Their fastest lap is around 1:20.378, so they're hanging in the pack, but not exactly setting the world on fire. Looks like they're just cruising along for now. Wow. Rondon 69 took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was in a league of their own today. Well done. Wow, Rondon 69 really took the trophy today. Great job knocking everyone out of the way. As for the drivers who can claim a prize, Amy, you did the most overtakes. So congratulations. You get to claim the shiny 2018 Honda IndyCar. Well deserved. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because it's a short circuit with sharp corners and quick turns. Speed is important, but being able to maneuver tightly around those bends will really make or break the race. Power is nice, but the ability to control the car through the twists is what I'd prioritize here. Hey everyone, get your picks in quick. The clock's ticking and we don't want any last-minute drama. Choose your favorite car before time runs out, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Alright, so we've got Gina Jones. In a classic Alfa Romeo GTA, and Stabigail Killams in a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 302. The Alfa is sleek and nimble, great for sharp turns but maybe a bit less punch on the straightaways. The Mustang, on the other hand, is a muscle car with serious horsepower, perfect for long straight sections, but might struggle a bit in tight corners. I'd probably lean towards the Mustang for gaining ground on the straights, but the Alfa could make up some ground in the twisty parts of Grand Valley Speedway short. Honestly, it might come down to who can handle those corners better. If Gina can keep it tight and the Alfa stays agile, she could surprise us. If the Mustang uses its raw power effectively, it might just leave the Alfa in the dust. So my bet, I think the Mustang might have a slight edge overall. But keep an eye on Gina. She's got the cornering skills that could shake things up. Alright everyone, Maya's on pole driving a classic 1970 Ford Mustang in the vintage street car class. Let's see if that old school charm can pull ahead early. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, Hingle McCringleberry right behind in second, and Wannabe Kiddo rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start already. Wannabe Kiddo just overtook someone to take second place. Hingle McCringleberry and Wannabe Kiddo are nose to tail for that second spot. Amy is climbing up one position to fifth. Amy and Scott Dixon are battling closely for fourth. Amy is charging through the field, now in second place after overtaking 3 cars. Nirgutsu has gained 1 spot, now in 6th. Dixon and Marigatsu are nose to tail for 5th place. Looks like a good old-fashioned wheel fight. Scott Dixon is making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to climb into 3rd place. Wannabe Kiddo and Dixon are nose to tail, fighting hard for that 3rd spot. Wayne Bretsky and Flanky Frankie are locked in a close duel for 11. Rome Spider is climbing fast, now in 14th place. Gina Jones and Rome Spider are nose to nose for that spot. La Cressa 1980 and Kingret are also locked in a close fight for 19th. Mirgutsu is climbing to 5th place. Thomas Moran is now 6th. Rumi Officiatin is in 7th. Looks like a little upward shuffle. Mirgutsu is climbing up to 4th place. Jordan F is advancing to 15th. Jordan F and Schmerzen Live are nose to nose for 14th. La Croissant 1980 is driving a 1973 Alpine, a 110-1600, a classic lightweight rally car. They're currently in the top 20 and seem to be holding steady, but no real moves yet. Looks like they're just cruising for now. Thomas Moran is climbing to 5th place. Mermuda is advancing to 8th. Mermuda and Ramifis 13 are nose to nose for 7th. Mermuda is climbing up to 6th place. Blanky Frankie is now in 9. T-Bomb is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry by a second. They are nose to nose for 10th. Rumi Fist 13 just overtook someone to take 7th place. Blanky Frankie and Wannabe Kido are still nose to nose for 8th. Tibom is climbing up to 10th. Blanky Frankie just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Schmerzenliv and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 11th. Schmerzenlive is climbing up to 11th place. La Croissant 1980 is narrowing the gap to New for Life by 1.3 seconds. Wayne Bretsky is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry and closing the gap by 1.25 seconds. They're battling for the 12th spot. La Croissant 1980 and New for Life are also nose to tail for the 19th position. Gina Jones climbs to 13th place. Stabby Killens advances to 14. Rome Spider moves up to 15. Looks like the race is heating up. New for Life is making a quick climb up to 17th place. Schmerzenliv and T-Bone are nose to nose for 10th. Gina Jones just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. Amy is narrowing the gap to Maya by 1.1 seconds. Schmerzenliv is climbing 1 spot to 10th place. Gina Jones is also moving up 1 spot to 11th. Wayne Bretsky is in 11th place with a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. The car is known for its lightweight design and sharp handling, but Wayne's race seems steady, not spectacular, especially compared to the front runners. Schmerzenlive just overtook someone to grab the 9th spot. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 15. Pippi and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 14. Scott Dixon and Amy are still locked in a close fight for 2nd. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 2nd place. Gina Jones and Wannabe Kiddo are nose to nose for 10th. Stabby Killens and T-Bone are locked in a close fight for 12th. Gina Jones is climbing to 10th place. Stabby Killens is now in 12th. Rome Spider has moved up to 14th. Memoyudar is driving a 1973 BMW 2002 Turbo, which is known for its agility and turbocharged power. They're currently in 7th place, just behind Rummy Fist 13. The race looks tight with a close gap, but Memoyudar is holding steady. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled to win at Grand Valley Speedway Short. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. Well done. That was an impressive display of skill and speed. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for setting the fastest lap and earning himself a 1970 Chevrolet El Camino. Looks like he's got a sweet vintage street car to add to his collection now. Gina Jones, you crushed it in the bet race. You're now the proud owner of 1965 Alfa Romeo GT. That's a fantastic vintage ride to show off. And new for life, you really went all out with the overtakes. You've earned yourself a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA as well. Looks like vintage Italian flair's the way to go. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The Deutschlandring was meant to be a racing paradise in the 1980s, but it turned into more of a legendary ghost town because the circuit was so dangerous that it didn't even last a full year of racing. Imagine building this massive track full of high-speed turns only to quickly realize it's more of a death trap than a racetrack. Now it's just a spooky reminder of ambition gone a bit too far. Alright folks, the clock's running out, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision or forever hold your peace. Don't miss your shot to see which AI-powered machine is going to take home the glory. Hurry up and choose! Ooh, this is quite the matchup. Gina Jones in that sleek Honda SX RGT is known for its nimbleness and sharp handling. It's a real crowd favorite for being quick and pretty agile on those twisty tracks. On the other hand, Lotse Crispy's Alfa Romeo Brera might have a bit of an underdog charm. But with that V6 engine, it's got some serious power under the hood. I'd say Gina has the edge when it comes to handling on Deutschlandring's complex curves. But if Lotse Crispy can capitalize on straightaways and maybe surprise everyone with a clever driving line, he might shake things up. Honestly, if I had to pick just based on the car's profiles, I'd give a tiny edge to Gina's Honda for its overall agility and responsiveness. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at the Deutschlandring with the 2000s slow car class. And look at that! Maya starting at the front lines in a sleek BMW Z8 from the early 2000s. Guess even slow cars can be fancy. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Lisa Shibi in second, and Move for Life holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Shattered Pixel is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 15th place. New for Life is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to take second. The battle for first is heating up with New for Life and Maya nose to nose. EK77 is on a roll, climbing from behind, overtaking 3 cars to reach 18th place. Wayne 24 is inching closer to the podium, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Gina Jones is also making progress, advancing 1 position to 6th. Aisley and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Pippi Langstrup and Bassness R2 are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Wilderino is climbing up to 12th, leaving some behind. Gina Jones is chipping away at Architect, closing in by 140 seconds. Tukins Flora is climbing up 1 spot to 7th place. Pippi Langstrup is also moving up 1 spot to 9. Architect is driving a 1999 Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6. They are currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama. Pippi Langstrup just overtook Aisley and is now in 8th place. They're nose-to-nose in that tight battle for 8th. Wayne 24 and New for Life are nose-to-tail for 2nd place. Ace just grabbed 8th and is on the move. Bassness R2 is climbing to 10th and is now in a tight fight with Pippi Langstrup for 9th. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 8th place. Slipton's Leader Gaming is now in 10th. Icar 77 has moved up to 17. Icar 77 and Vanon 1857 are nose-to-nose for 16. Le Roussel just gained 1 spot, now in 14th place. Shattered Pixel and Le Roussel are nose-to-nose for that same position. Vanone 1857 and Shattered Pixel are also locked in a close fight for 15. Gina Jones is closing in on Architect, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up the ranks, taking 7th place. Icar 77 is making moves, advancing to 16th place. Move for Life is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1 second. Architect is right behind Liza Shibi now, closing in by 1.2 seconds. Icar 77 and Shattered Pixel are nose-to-nose for the 15th spot. Looks like a photo finish is coming up. Architect is climbing up to 4th place now. Liza Shibi and Architect are still battling for that spot. Gina Jones is closing in on Liza Shibi, cutting the gap by a full second. Gina Jones is really pushing to catch Liza Shibi now. They're neck and neck for 5th place. Bassness R2 is closing in on Exley, but still a bit behind. Gina Jones just sneaked into 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is closing the gap on Liza Shibi by 1.2 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Slipton's Leader Gaming is climbing up to 8th place, making the race a little more interesting. Tukins Flora and Slipslide Gaming are neck and neck for 8th place. Le Roussel is inching up to 12th. Icar 77 is climbing to 14th, and is now just ahead of Aisley, who is battling for 13th. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Lisa Shibi, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Bezinitsa Wu is also closing in on Tukines Flora, reducing that gap by 1.8 seconds. Ikar 77 has moved up one spot to take the 13th position. Besnizartwu is gaining on Tukines Flora, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Vanonen 1857 is also closing in on Imus Gordon, same pace with a 1.3 second reduction. Pippi Langstrump just nudged ahead of Lisa Shibi for 6th place. They're nose to nose in this tight fight. Nufralife is driving a 2005 Renault Clio 3 RS 197, which is known for its agility and quick handling. They're currently in 2nd place and maintaining a solid pace, but no signs of overtaking yet. Six Zeta Gaming is gaining on Lisa Shibi, closing the distance by a second. Aisley is hot on Lord Crespi's tail, closing in by over a second and a third. New for Life and Maya are nose to nose for the lead. Slittenslida Gaming is cutting down Lisa Shibi's cushion, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Le Roussel is climbing up, grabbing the 11th spot. Move for Life takes the lead, now in 1st place. Aisley climbs to 14. Imus Gordon is closing the gap on Lord Crespi, gaining 1.6 seconds. Wow, what a surprise. Congrats on winning the race, Move for Life. Guess the competition was just a warm-up for you. Congratulations to Nonstop for Life for taking the checkered flag. That was some impressive driving. And great job on the fastest lap too. You definitely earned that 2005 Renault Clio 3R S197. Gina Jones, you also did excellent by winning the bet race. That 2005 Honda NES XR GT is yours. Both of you have earned some pretty sweet rides today. Can't wait to see who claims the rest. If I had to pick one of these cars, I think the 1973 Porsche 911 RS would have a pretty good shot at winning on the Riccardo Paletti circuit. Its balance, handling, and established reputation for agility make it well suited for that layout. Plus, with its rear-engine design and lightweight construction, it would probably navigate those tight corners and curves a lot more efficiently than some of the muscle cars or larger sedans on the list. It's a classic for a reason after all. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the moment to make that decision or forever hold your peace. Don't make me pick for you, or I might just assign you the slowest one on the track. Alright, this is quite the showdown. We've got Botgamunning behind the wheel of a classic 1971 Ford Falcon XY known for its raw power and muscle. On the other side, Amy's cruising in a 1970 Ford Mustang, which is also a legendary muscle car, but perhaps a bit more agile. Given the track at Riccardo Paletti, which has some sharp turns and straights, I would lean towards the Falcon just because its power could really shine on the longer straightaways. But Amy's Mustang might handle the corners a bit better, thanks to its slightly lighter frame. It's a close call, but I'd say the Falcon might have just the edge overall. Still, it's all about how the AI drives the cars, so I'm ready to see which of these muscle cars dominates today. Alright folks, strap in because Basket and Fee is on pole in a 1971 Ford Falcon XYGTHO. With that classic muscle car burbling at the front, this race just got interesting. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the competition will catch up. Basket and Fee is leading the race, followed closely by Imogen Tempest in second place. Tyler is holding on to third for now. Tyler is now in first place. Amy has climbed to sixth. Chris Gopher is in ninth. Cover's on a roll, moving up 3 spots to take fourth place. Gina Jones is climbing 1 spot to third. Chris Gopher is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 8th. Strutting Jarl is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 5th. Mutwolf is even more aggressive, overtaking 6 cars to sit 6th. Cover is closing the gap on Gina Jones, shaving off 1.1 seconds. Looks like a move might be brewing. Just Panchakis is making a huge leap to first place. Jordan F is not far behind, climbing up to second after overtaking 22 cars. Matthew Saurus Rex is gaining ground, moving into the top 10 after overtaking 6 cars. Botgamunning is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Pippi Langstrup is also on the move, now in 16th. Gliding Penguin is gaining ground too, now in 18th. The race is heating up. Chris Gopher is on the rise, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gliding Penguin is closing in, now in 15th place after also passing 3 cars. Ectoplasm is making a move, now in 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is closing in on Mutwolf, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Inga McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Maya is climbing up to 14th place. Jagishad is now 16th place. No for Life is 19th place. Numdu for Life and Just Pankakis are nose to nose for 20th place. Strutting Jarl is gaining on Cobber and closing the gap to just a few seconds. Amy is hot on Mutwolf's tail now. Botgamunning is making a move on Matthew Saurus Rex, cutting the distance significantly. Pumpkin of Glory is climbing up to 12th place. Christgopher is right behind, both fighting for that same spot. Tamagishat and Gliding Penguin are nose to nose for 16th place. Maya has just overtaken Pumpkin of Glory and moved into 12th place. Amy is now less than a second behind Muttwolf. Botgamoning is closing rapidly on Matthewsaurus Rex, the gap shrinking to just over 3 seconds. Tamagicat climbs 1 spot to 15th place. New for Life is closing the gap on Gliding Penguin by 2 seconds. Merchicken Live and Aetherplasm are locked in a fierce fight for 19th place. Hingo, Me Kringleberry is now just a few seconds behind Muttwolf. Botgamoneng is hot on Matthewsaurus Rex's tail, closing the gap steadily. Juttingjal is right behind Cobanau, just a second and a bit to go. Hingo Me Kringleberry is hot on Muttwolf's tail, closing in fast. Magico Bleich and Merchicken Live are nose to nose for the 20th spot. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Strutting Jarl is gaining on Cobber now, just a second behind. Hingo McCringleberry is closing the gap on Muttwolf by a decent margin. The 2 in 8th and 9th are battling hard for that 8th place. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing to 7th place. Botgamoning is closing in on Matthewsaurus Rex, the gap shrinking by over a second. Gliding Penguin is making moves, now in 16th place after jumping up 2 spots. Wow, Tyler, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Oh wow, Tyler did it. Congratulations. That was an exciting race to watch. Tyler really showed those AI cars who's boss. Well done. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim some sweet rides. Hingo McCringleberry? You crushed the lap times and snagged the fastest lap. You are now the proud owner of a 1970 Chevrolet El Camino SS Classic Choice. Amy, you won the bet race, so you get to take home a 1970 Ford Mustang. Nice work! Vintage cars really do have that timeless charm. And Maya, for the most overtakes, you can claim a 1970 Chevrolet El Camino SS as well. Looks like you're not just good at watching the races, but also at making moves on the track. Congrats to everyone! Alright everyone, the countdown is almost over, so make your picks quick. Don't want to miss out on the excitement of watching these AI cars battle it out. Get those selections in before it's too late. Wow, this is quite the classic showdown. The Porsche 901 from 1964 versus the Austin Healey 106 from 1959. Both legendary, but I'd say the Porsche has a slight edge in terms of engineering and reputation for speed, especially on a track like Long Beach. But hey, don't count out the Healey. Sometimes charm and a little vintage grit can surprise you. My bet? The Porsche might just glide to victory. But I'll be watching closely because old school charm can always throw a wrench in the works. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Long Beach with Flinchy caught 21 on pole in a classic 1966 Lotus Cortina. Who's ready to see some vintage speed? Flinchy caught 21 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Wayne 24 is holding strong in second place. Nonstop is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Maya just overtook someone to move into third place. Wayne 24 is right behind in second. Scott Dixon is closing in on the top four, moving up 2 spots. Maya just overtook someone to take second place. Looks like she's on the move. Amy has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Nonstop and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. This is getting interesting. Maya just overtook Flinchy 21 for the lead. Wei Fuan is cutting down the distance to Hingle McCringleberry, now just over a second behind. Flinchy 21 takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Wayne 94 is closing in on Maya, shrinking the gap by 1.4 seconds. Wei Fuan advances to 9th place, climbing up the ranks. Maya has just claimed the top spot. Scott Dixon has gained 1 position and is now in third. Wayne Trinity 4 and Scott Dixon are nose to tail fighting for third place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for third place. Waifuana just moved up one spot to 8th. Ragu is chopping down the distance to Hingle McCringleberry by 1.1 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to third place. Amy is now in fourth. Nastek has also gained a spot and is in fifth. Wayne Trin 94 is climbing up to second place. Amy is now in third. Scott Dixon is making a move, now in fourth after gaining 2 spots. Jared Plays is really closing the gap on Cheryl Mizurosi's, just a second and a half behind now. Drelitsko is climbing up to the 17th position, making some moves. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Maya quickly, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is inching closer to Gina Jones, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. That battle for 7th place between Pippi Langstrom and Gina Jones is heating up. Wayne Trinity 4 is holding strong in 2nd place, but Amy is closing the gap. Nistek is making a move and is now in 6th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Wayne Trinity 4, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Waifuana has climbed 2 spots and is now in 6th place. Ko 21 and Wei Fuan are locked in a close fight for 6th. Waifuan is gaining on M-Stick, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Cheryl Mizurosas and Bethralin are nose to nose for 9th place. Gay Krish is climbing 2 spots to 12th. Cheryl Mizurosas is climbing fast into 8th place. Cheryl Nerozes and Flinchicott 21 are nose to nose for 7th. Bethralin and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 9th. Waifuana and Mestek are nose to tail for 5th place. Cheryl Mizurosas just gained a spot and is now 7th. Bethralin is also climbing, now 9th. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Amy fast, just a second behind now. Maya still holding her ground, but the pressure's on. Waifuana is on the move, climbing to 5th place, making her way through the pack. Wayne Trinity 4 is creeping closer to Amy, and the gap is shrinking fast. They are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Gina Jones is gaining on Flinchicott 21, closing the distance steadily. Scott Dixon is closing in on Wayne Trinity 4. The gap is shrinking fast. Pippi Langstrom and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 10th place. Ragu just gained a spot to 13, and he's now in a fierce fight with Krichke for 12th. Petrelli is closing in on Nonstop, now just 5.6 seconds behind. Jerome Roses has climbed 2 spots to 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is up 1 spot to 10th. Vaifuane is climbing to 5th place. Petrelli is closing in on Amstec, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ragu is moving up to 11th. Ragu and Pippi Langstrup are nose-to-nose for 10th. Amy is narrowing the gap to Maya by 1.7 seconds. Petrelli has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. GamerBoss72 has also moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Amy, and the gap is shrinking fast. Ragu is climbing up to 10th place. Gekrieg is making a move and now sits in 11th. Vinci Cup 21 and Nonstop are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Husky Hog just gained a spot and is now in 21st. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Maya for taking the victory. Excellent driving there. As for the fastest lap, Maya, you've earned yourself a 1959 Maserati 3500 GT. That's a pretty sweet vintage ride to add to the collection. Well deserved. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. It's a legendary machine known for its racing prowess, especially on twisty circuits like Marina Bay. Plus, with its sleek design and historical dominance, I can only imagine it would handle those tight corners a lot better than some of the older, more classic cars. Although, let's be honest, these vintage beasts are more about style than speed compared to modern AI racing machines. Oh wow, what a throwback race we have here. Gina Jones with her vintage Maserati Tipo 6061 birdcage versus New for Life in the slightly older but still pretty legendary Maserati 450s. I'd say Gina's car looks sleek and all about that pure racing heritage. But her car is a bit more delicate and might not handle the twists and turns of Marina Bay as smoothly. New for Life's 450s, on the other hand, though a little older, was known for its power and agility, so it might have the edge on the straights. But remember, it's AI racing which makes everything unpredictable and hilarious. I'm betting on the 1956 Maserati 450 to take the win just because age and experience sometimes outshine the shiny new stuff. Let's see if I'm right. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at the Marina Bay Street Circuit with the Sports Cars 1950 class. And look at this, Maya starting on pole with the sleek 1956 Maserati 450s. Let's see if the history lesson on wheels can take the lead right away. Maya is leading the race right now with Amy right behind her in second place. Scott Dixon is in third trying to keep up. The top three are already setting the pace early on. Amy just overtook for the lead. Maya is right behind her, not giving up yet. Jasix Liches and Platigami are nose to tail for 7th place. Looks like a drag race. Maya takes the lead, moving up to first place. Now Pinkwolf advances to 4th. Pippi Langstrom moves into 5th. The race is heating up. Esteban Gaines and Pippi Langstrom are neck and neck for 5th place. Platigami and Jasix Lich are fighting hard for 7th. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close duel for 9th. Jasix Lich just overtook Esteban Games and now they are battling for 6th place. Gina Jones has moved up to 9th, closing in on the pack. Amy is holding on to 2nd place in her Maserati 450s. She's staying close to the leader, but hasn't made a move yet. Looks like she's keeping it steady for now. Gina Jones is charging through the field, now in 6th after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 4th place. Jasix Lich and Gina Jones are nose to tail, fighting hard for 6th. New for Life is now in 12th place, climbing 1 spot. Yichi Swishman 33 has also moved up 1 spot into 13th. Amy is leading the race in a 1956 Maserati 450s. Looks like she's maintaining a solid pace at the front. Maya is leading the race in a 1956 Maserati 450s. Looks like she's got a solid gap at the front, and her pace seems unbeatable so far. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1956 Maserati 450s. They're currently in 10th place, so they're making a move but still have some ground to catch up. Sean is driving an Aston Martin DBR 11 from 1956. They're currently in 15th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack but still in the mix. The vintage cars are surprisingly close, so the track's tight corners are probably favoring skill over raw speed. The older cars seem to handle the Marina Bay Street circuit better than expected. Lady Gami just overtook Hingle McCringleberry and is now in 9th place. They're nose to nose in this tight battle for that position. Maya is leading the race in a 1956 Maserati 450S. The race looks smooth so far with no overtakes, but staying at the front always keeps the pressure on. Amy is leading the race in the 1956 Maserati 450S. Looks like she's holding a solid position at the front, probably enjoying a comfortable gap. Lady Gami is climbing up to 8th place. Move for Life is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, and the gap is shrinking fast. What for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail fighting for 10th. Scott Dixon is currently in 3rd place driving a 1956 Maserati 450S. His race looks steady, but he's got some catching up to do to challenge the leaders. Wow, Maya just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Maya, you totally stole the show and won the race. Congratulations! That was some impressive driving, or maybe just luck. Either way, well done. Now, let's talk about those special prizes. Scott Dixon, you crushed it with the fastest lap, so you get to claim the beautiful 1956 Maserati 450S. That's a classic beast from the 1950s. Gina Jones, you won the bet race, so you get to take home the stunning 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage. Great job to both of you. Hey everyone, time's almost up. Make your pick before the countdown runs out. Don't leave me hanging here with no idea what car you're rooting for. Oh, this is a classic matchup. The Volkswagen Golf E A6 is known for its nimbleness and quirky charm, but don't underestimate the 240cc smooth handling and rear-wheel drive agility. Considering the Riverside Spike track, I'd say it's going to come down to who can better handle those sharp turns and quick sprints. My gut says the 240X might have a slight edge here because of its balance and agility, but the Golf VX could surprise us if Wanabakito masters the corners. It's a close call, but I'm leaning towards the Nissan for this one. Alright, everyone, the race is on at Riverside Spike, and leading the pack is Rob Swizzle in a 1992 Honda CRX Del Sol Sur, a true classic from the 90s. Let's see if that slowpoke can hold on to the front. TPKPA has shot off the line to take the lead. Rob Swizzle is right behind in second place. Basket and Fee is holding steady in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Basket and V is now in second place. Maya has climbed to third. Rusna Palmzix is up to fourth, making a nice jump. Papakatsi advances to 9th place. Ingle McCringleberry climbs to 12th. Wanabakito moves up to 15th. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take 5th place. Shron is now in 12th. Shron and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 11th. Wayne Trinan 84 is climbing up to 6th place. Shron has gained 2 spots and is now in 10th. Scott Dixon and Shron are nose to tail for 10th place. Maya is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrom and Rusna Palm 6 are nose to nose, fighting for 4th. Papa KC has gained 1 position and is now in 8th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 4th place. Shron is closing the gap on Move for Life by 2 seconds. Shron and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Wayne Trinan 84 is holding on to the 5th spot, but Rusna Palm 6 is right on his tail. Shron and Move for Life are going wheel to wheel for 9th place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for 11th. Wayne Trinan 84 is climbing up to 5th place. Papakatsi is now in 7th. Shron has moved into 9th. Looks like everyone's eager to advance. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 11th. Ingle McCringleberry and Singoshi are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Maya and TPPA are nose-to-nose for the lead. Wayne Trinan 84 just snuck past Basket and Fee to grab the 4th spot. Basket and Fee and Wayne Trinity 4 are now locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Maya is now in 1st place. Hippie Langstrom is closing in on her, both of them battling for 2nd. TPKA is right behind, not giving up that easily. Amy is climbing up to 10th place. Rob Swizzle and Amy are nose to tail for 10th. New for Life and Rob Swizzle are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 3rd place. Basket and Fee is gaining on TPPPA, closing the gap by a second. Papa Ketsi is on Rusnapalm 6 tail, closing in by over 2 seconds. Papa Ketsi is gaining on Rusnapalm 6, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Shron is catching up to Papa KC, trimming the gap by just over a second. Gina Jones is right behind Shron, closing in steadily. Will for Life is gaining on Amy fast enough to make her sweat. Scott Dixon is closing in on Rob Swizzle but still has some ground to make up. Basket and Fee is driving a 1989 Mazda RX-7 Turbo Dotop. They're currently in 6th place but are quite a bit behind the leader and struggling to keep up with the top contenders. Basket and Fee is climbing to 4th place. Amy is now 9th. Scott Dixon has moved up to 13th. Shron and Papaisia locked in a fierce scrap for 7th place. Wannabakido Use gained a spot, now in 14th. Hingo McCringleberry is closing the gap on Rob Swizzle, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Things are heating up. Basket and Fee is closing in on Wayne 94, and the gap is shrinking fast. Shron just overtook someone to grab the 7th place. Hingo McCringleberry and Rob Swizzle are nose to nose for 15th. Woo for Life is driving a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560 CI. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady with a decent lap time of 1:52.656. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. The track's tight corners seem to favor the quick and agile cars, helping the front runners maintain their positions while causing some overtaking chaos in the middle. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, Maya, way to crush it. Congratulations on winning the race. You totally deserve that victory. And hey, with the fastest lap, you get to claim that classic 1994 Toyota Celica GT4. Hope you enjoy cruising around in that retro beauty. Sure thing. Did you know that the Monaco Grand Prix street circuit is so narrow and tight that drivers often have to squeeze their cars through what feels like a tiny alleyway? It's like trying to fit a sofa through a small door. The walls are so close that even a tiny mistake can lead to a spectacular crash, making every lap feel like a high-stakes game of pinball. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to jump in. The countdown is on, and I wouldn't want you to miss out on the chance to see which AI car will take the checkered flag. So get your picks in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got it Sarah in a 2020, Aston Martin Victor and Josh in a 2015, Ferrari LaFerrari. Both are fancy cars, but let's think about the advantages. The Aston Martin Victor is a beast with modern tech and a sleek design. The LaFerrari is legendary, but is a few years older now, which might make a difference in handling and agility. In Monaco, where tight corners and precision matter more than outright speed, I'd say the newer Aston Martin might have a slight edge. But hey, Ferrari always has that flair, and sometimes style outshines the numbers. So my money's on its Carrara. But don't be surprised if the LaFerrari pulls a sneaky win. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Monaco. Leading the pack is its Carrara in a 2020 Aston Martin Victor. Looks like a fancy start. Let's see if they can hold that pole position. Its Sarah has taken an early lead, with Josh right behind in second place. Our Pink Wolf is holding strong in third, but expect some action soon. Mar Pink Wolf is closing in on the leader now. Hermit Media is making a steady climb to fifth. Maya is on the move, climbing to 9th place. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 7th place. Zikopal is climbing up to 14th. Josh is climbing to 2nd place. Hermit Media is now in 3rd, after jumping 2 spots. Hingle McCringleberry is up to 6th, just 1 spot behind. New for Life just overtook someone to take 7th place. Wayne Trinity 4 and I are still neck and neck for 9th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 12th. Hermit Media is trying to hold off Josh Biosh for second place. Maya and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 8. No one wants to give an inch. Maya is currently in 9th place with a Koenigsegg Regera. The car is known for its hybrid powertrain and blistering speed. Looks like the race is a bit of a climb, but no signs of giving up yet. Monaco's tight corners and narrow streets are making overtakes tricky, so staying in position is more about precision than speed. Pippi Langström is driving a Zenvo's T1, which is known for its extreme speed and limited production. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, sitting in 15th place and trying to catch up. Pippi Langström is driving a Zenvo's T1, which is known for its incredible speed and aggressive design. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, currently in 15th place and trying to catch up. Just Jeanette is climbing to 4th place. Maya is inching up to 8. Looks like the race is heating up. Inga McCringleberry is gaining on Emmer Pinkwolf, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Maya is inching closer to En for Life, cutting the distance by over a second. Amy and Wayne Train 94 are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place, no one giving an inch. Josh Biosh takes the lead, now in 1st place. Just Jeanette is gaining on Hermit Media, closing the gap by a second and a 10th. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Josh Biosh is leading the race with a Ferrari LaFerrari from 2015. He's setting the pace with the fastest lap so far, so it looks like he's in control and pushing hard. It's Saror is in 2nd place with a 2020 Aston Martin Victor Tota. The car's fastest lap is 1:58.72, so they're holding steady, but not quite matching the leader's pace. Looks like a solid run so far. Emmer Pinkwolf just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Just Jeanette and Emmer Pinkwolf are fighting hard for that spot. Maya and New for Life are nose to tail for 7. Maya just overtook someone to move into 7th place. New for Life and Maya are still neck and neck for that spot. Scott Dagson is closing the gap on Wayne Train 94 by a second and a half, so expect some action soon. Maya is holding the fastest lap and is in 7th place, so she's definitely pushing hard. Looks like she's got some pace to make a move if the opportunity arises. Wow, Josh Biosh, you really outpaced everyone. Guess Monaco was just too easy for you? Congrats on the win. Wow, Josh Biosh really pulled off an amazing victory there. Congrats! You must be feeling on top of the world right now. Great job leading those virtual cars to the finish line. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. Bremgarten is known for its twisting, narrow curves and elevation changes. So a car that responds precisely to steering inputs and can maintain stability through tight turns would excel here. Straight line speed is less critical because the track doesn't favor high-speed straightaways, so a balance between agility and grip is key for winning this race. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown ends. Don't make me start assigning options randomly, because trust me, you don't want a literal wreck of a vehicle. Get those selections in. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. We've got Lotus OS in a classic 1995 BMW M3 GR Evo, which is legendary for its handling and raw racing pedigree. On the other side, Pippi Langstrumpf is behind a 2020 Lamborghini Sian FKP37, a modern beast with insane power and advanced tech. The BMW is proven on tight, twisty circuits with its nimbleness, but the Lamborghini's newer design and raw power could give it the edge on open stretches. I'd say it's a close call, but if we're talking pure driving excitement and who might push the limits more, that Lamborghini could just take it. Then again, the BMW can surprise us with its agility. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright folks, the race is underway at Bremgarten, and Amy is starting in the front row with a classic 1977 BMW 320e21 Turbo.0. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the modern machines. Ulavi has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding second, trying to keep up. Tsingoshi is in third, hanging on but already a bit behind the front runners. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to P2. Tsingoshi and Hingle are nose to tail for third place. Looks like Hingle might want to start thinking about overtaking soon. Prodigy Place 58 is driving a 1999 Lamborghini Diablo GTR. a classic beast known for raw power and aggressive styling. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place, but with that car they might want to watch out for the younger Lamborghini in front. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing to 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose to tail for 3rd. Aisley is making a move up to 16th. And Life is driving a 2010 BMW M3 GTR, a classic that's known for its racing pedigree and iconic design. Looks like they're currently in 13th place, so they're holding steady, but still have room to make moves. Prodigy Place 58 is racing a 1999 Lamborghini Diablo GTR. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Prodigy Place 58 is driving a 1999 Lamborghini Diablo GTR. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding their own but not quite challenging for the top spots yet. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Nulavi, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. They are battling hard for 2nd place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Hingle McCringleberry are also fighting closely for 3rd. Ixnobodixel is on fire, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Aisley is making moves, passing 5 cars to settle into 10th. Wayne Trinity 4 is having a rough time, dropping 14 spots to 18th. Billy and Prodigy Place 58 are nose to tail fighting for 5th place. Aisley just gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Aussie 22 and Edsley are locked in a close duel for 8th. The mix of modern street cars and classic classes is creating unpredictable battles. Bremgarten's tight corners favor skill over car class, so the top spots are still up for grabs. Aisley just snuck into 7th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 11th. Lotusos is inching up to 14th. Lotusos and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Move for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Wayne Trinity 4 is chipping away at Vagrant Tanger, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Maya and Lotusos are nose to tail for the 14th spot. Wayne Trinity 4 is chopping down the distance to Vagrant Enchanter by 3.5 seconds. Bremgarten's tight corners and quick chicanes are favoring the more agile cars. Looks like the modern street cars are struggling to keep up with the classic and GT4 cars through the twists. Ixnobodixel is really closing the distance on Nulavi now. Prodigy Place 58 is gaining on Singoshi. Aisley just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Maya is now in 14th place, climbing up 1 spot. Wayne Trinity 4 is narrowing the distance to Vagrant Enchanter, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Wayne Trent T4 is gaining fast on Vagrant Enchanter, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Aussie Duotone 2 just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Scott Dixon is narrowing the distance to Pippi Langstrumpf by almost 2 seconds. Aisley just sneaked into the top 5. New for Life and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for 12. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, now just 3 seconds behind. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, cutting the gap by 6.6 seconds. Ixnobitixel is gaining on Nulavi, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Aisley just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Wow, Amy, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, Amy took the win. Great job dominating out there. Way to go. And congratulations to Wayne Trinity 4 for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself that vintage Ligier JS31 from 1988. A real classic. Also a big shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for winning the bet race. You're taking home that sleek 2020 Lamborghini Sian FKP 37. Not too shabby for today's race, huh? Alright everyone, time's about to run out, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI-powered beast hit the track. Get those selections in before the countdown hits 0. Well, this is quite the matchup. On one side we have Amy in a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. It's a classic, but let's be real, it's probably not the fastest thing on the track. Then, we have Hingle McCringleberry in a 1997 Volvo S40. That's a compact car, and while Volvos are known for safety and durability, speed isn't really their flagship. If I had to guess, the Volvo might have a slight edge because of its design for more modern roads, and perhaps a bit better handling. But honestly, with such old cars, it could get unpredictable. Maybe Amy's Cavalier surprises us with some retro charm, but I'd say the Volvo has a better shot here. What do you all think? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Daimler Test track. Scott Dixon, in a 1996 Vauxhall Vectra, is starting at the front. Let's see if that classic can hold up against the more modern machines. Scott Dixon has shot off to the front. Hingle McCringleberry is holding second place, and Amy is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. New for life just overtook someone to take 5th place. Lyricel is climbing up to 10th. Lyricel and Chelsea are nose to nose for 9th. Lyricel is in 11th place with a 1980 Lada 2106 Tosti. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Lyricel is climbing nicely to 9th place. Anaxagorex is also making progress to 10th place. Pundon is inching forward to 14th place. Pundon just overtook Betsma and is now in 13th place. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that spot. Maya is currently in 7th place with a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. The race looks tight with a few cars close behind and ahead. No major moves yet. Amy is currently in 3rd place driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. She's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. New for Life is driving a Volvo 850 Estate from 1994. They're holding on to 5th place, so their race seems steady but not spectacular. Anaxagorax and Lyricel are nose to tail for 9th place. Betsma and Kyroscope are locked in a close fight for 12th. Amy is currently in 3rd place driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Chelsea is climbing up to 9th place. Looks like they're on a mission. Betsmar is closing in on Kyroscope, the gap shrinking by over a second. Gamingtofied Cancer's making a move, now in 15th place. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older Vauxhalls and the Volvo, keeping the front runners close. Overtakes are tricky, so expect some strategic moves in the later laps. New for Life is in 5th place with a Volvo 850 Estate. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Gaming Tophi Cancer is driving a 1995 Seat Ibiza. Looks like they're holding steady in 15th place, not making any big moves yet. Maya and Pippi Langstrup are neck and neck for 6th place. Betsma has just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Kyroscope and Betsma are fighting hard for the 12th position. New for Life is climbing up to 4th place. Kyroscope is inching closer to 12th. Betsma and Kyroscope are locked in a close fight for 12th. Scott Dixon is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Honda's Toyota Celica is a classic from 1989, but it looks like they're struggling with pace, or maybe just having a rough day. They're currently in last place, so the race isn't going well for them so far. Annex Sagarex and Shalesy are neck and neck for 9th place. Pondon just gained 1 spot to move into 14th. Gaming Tophi Cancer and Pondon are also fighting hard for 14. Liricella is driving a Lada 2106 from 1980. Their race seems to be struggling with the pace, currently in 11th place, and quite a bit behind the leaders. Amy is in 3rd place, driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. She's holding her position but is a bit behind the leaders. Her fastest lap is just under 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Looks like she's keeping it steady but not quite close enough to challenge the top 2. The track's tight corners are favoring the front runners with consistent lap times, while the slower group and cars are struggling to keep up. Wow, Scott Dixon just took the win. Looks like he's still got the magic touch. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Scott Dixon taking the victory and the fastest lap. That's quite the achievement. Well done. For the lucky drivers, Hingle McCringleberry, you won the bet race. So congratulations on claiming that 1997 Volvo S40. And Scott, since you nabbed the fastest lap, you get to claim a 1996 Vauxhall Vectra from BTC. Looks like some nice rides are heading to new owners. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in and make that call. The clock's ticking down, and I don't want anyone missing out on the fun. So hurry up and get your choices in before the race starts without you. Hey there, Everlasting Apex. Great to see you back in the chat. Hope you've been missing all the fun and high-speed action. Get ready for some epic AI car races that are sure to keep you on the edge of your seat. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown, isn't it? The 1995 Ferrari 412 T2 is a classic, known for its sleek design and Ferrari flair. But it's also got a reputation for being a bit temperamental. On the other hand, Scott Dixon in the Ligier JS41, even though it's from the same era, is more of a race-proven machine with a reputation for steady performance. Given the track is a Kutama, which has its twists and turns, I'd lean towards Scott Dixon and the Ligier. It's like choosing the dependable old-timer over the flashy newcomer. But hey, never underestimate the drama of vintage cars battling it out. This could go either way, but I'd say Scott's winning odds are just a tad better today. Alright, everyone. The race has just kicked off at Okutama. New for Life is starting strong at the front, piloting a classic 1995 Ferrari 412 T22. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position, or if the AI will surprise us. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Ingle McCringleberry in second place, and the Betty White Show rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start already. Maya is holding strong in the lead. Rex and Sarah is closing in behind, trying to overtake. Amy is making a move up to third place. Waifuan is creeping closer to the top 10. Gina Jones is climbing up to ninth place. Gina Jones and Wei Fuan are nose-to-nose, fighting for 8th. Nox Exodus is gaining ground, now in 13th. Gina Jones is really having a rough time dropping back to 18. Everlasting Apex and the Betty White Show are neck and neck for 5th. Beskies is climbing up to 10th, inching closer to the top 10. Gina Jones is tearing through the field, overtaking 17 cars to take the lead. New for Life and Gina Jones are now nose to tail in a fierce fight for first place. Everlasting Apex and the Betty White Show are locked in a close duel for 6th position. Everlasting Apex is on a roll, climbing 6 places to take the lead. Move for Life and Everlasting Apex are nose-to-nose for first place. The Betty White Show and Rex Nina are locked in a close fight for 5th. Move for Life is now in first place. Amy has moved up to second place. Ingle McCringleberry is right behind in third. Ingle McCringleberry and Amy are battling closely for second place. Pippi Langstrom is driving a Williams FW17 starting in 11th place. Their race seems steady so far with no major moves or issues. Everlasting Apex is driving a Soba C14, which is currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Pierre Dode is driving a footwork F16. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much noise or progress. Maya is currently in the 13th place driving a Jordan 195. Looks like a decent start, but no overtakes yet. The car's holding steady, but there's room for some action ahead. The track seems to favor the top cars with better handling, as the leaders are holding their positions comfortably, while the midfield is tightly packed, indicating a balanced but challenging circuit. The Betty White Show and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for third place. Aerotech and Feskies are locked in a close fight for ninth. Gina Jones is chipping away at Shattered Pixel's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Scott Dixon and Kickass Lady X3 are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Hippie Langstrom and Knox Exodus are locked in a fierce fight for 11. Waifuana is climbing up to 7th place. Shattered Pixel is making a move to 15. The race is heating up. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing nicely to 5th place. Waifuana is also advancing to 6th. Scott Dixon is making a move to 7th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Knox Exodus is climbing up to 10th place. Aerotech and Knox Exodus are still battling for that 10th spot. Maya is making the move to 12. Wow, New for Life. You really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Nice job winning the race. Congratulations to New for Life for taking the victory. That was a fantastic race. Really kept us on the edge of our seats. Well done. And Maya, you absolutely crushed it with those overtakes. You earned that 1995 Jordan 195. I expect it to be your new favorite toy now. A fun fact about the classic Indy cars is that they used to have open wheels, which meant the tires were completely exposed. It's like the cars were showing off their wheels to everyone. Imagine navigating high-speed corners knowing that any little scrape could cause a dramatic tire blowout. Talk about feeling every bump and bruise. Well, both of these cars are quite the blast from the past, but I have to say I'm leaning towards Bubardo in the 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. It's a classic V12 powerhouse that might have a bit more raw speed, especially on a straightforward track like Charlotte Road Course. Trifinity 3 with the 1963 Agachanian Watson is no slouch. But with such an older car, I'd expect it to be a little more delicate and perhaps less nimble. So, my money's on Bubardo to take the win. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race is underway on the Charlotte Road Course, no chicane track. Starting from pole is iconic Odd behind the wheel of a classic 1960 Scarab Indy. Let's see how this vintage beauty handles the modern chaos. Iconic Odd is leading the race, followed closely by Hickory Hamson in second place. Kilo Juguete is currently in third. The top three are already setting a fast pace. England Lake Kringleberry is climbing fast into second place. Drewer Faust is making a move into sixth. Crazy Sweetbutt is sneaking into ninth. Beans Streams and Pippi Langstrump are neck and neck for 10th place. Oscarat just gained one spot to move into 13th. Oscacerod and Lotusos are locked in a close fight for 12th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 9th place. Beans Streams and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to nose for 10. Mafia Mavi is advancing to 13. Mafia Mavi and Lotusos are neck and neck for 12th place. Oscarod and Mafia Mavi are also battling for 13. Sealand Fox 213 is climbing up to 20th, leaving some room for others to catch up. Drew Arfaus is climbing up to 5th place. Pippi Langstrump is making a move to 7th. Mafia Mavi is advancing to 11. Looks like everyone's on the push. Lotusos is now in 14th place, climbing one spot. Scott Dixon and Lotusos are nose to tail battling for that position. Amy is advancing one spot to take 18th place. Dude Smoky Blunt is dropping like a stone to 14th place. Pace CAR is climbing up to 8th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is also moving up to 9th place. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Dude Smoke Blunt just sliced through the field to grab the lead. Iconic Odd isn't giving up easily. They're nose to nose for first. Scott Dixon is climbing steadily now in the top 15. Iconic Odd has just taken the lead, claiming first place. Ingulima Kringleberry is now in second, inching closer. Hikoryamzan is climbing up to third. Looks like the top three are really mixing it up. Joan Wolf is climbing 2 spots to take the 14th place. Lotusos and Joan Wolf are nose-to-nose for that same position. Lin Lilac is advancing 1 spot to sit in the 16th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Silver Bee Gaming are neck and neck for 6th place. Oskzerot is chipping away at Bean's Stream's lead, closing the gap by a second and a half. Oskzerot and Bean Streams are battling for 11th place now. Oskzerot and Bean Streams are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Girl of Diamond is climbing 2 spots to 19. Lobardo is catching Silent Fox 213, now just 1 second behind. Geflex is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 15. Solichad Dawn in 81 is also making moves, gaining 3 positions to 24. Hinga McCringleberry is closing in on Iconic Odd, shaving off 1.1 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Joan Wolf is climbing up to 11th place. Flex is closing in on Lotusos with a 1.2 second gap. Girl of Diamond just moved into 16th place. Kilo Julieta is gaining on Crazy Sweetbutt, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Lotusos and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for 13th place. Silent Fox 413 and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 18th position. Congratulations, Iconic Odd. You really showed everyone how it's done at Charlotte Road Course without the chicane. Well played. Wow, congratulations to Iconic Odd for winning the race. That was an impressive display of racing brilliance. Looks like they really know how to handle those virtual cars. Great job. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. In the 1980s, street cars in racing class could actually be pretty wild, blending the lines between daily drivers and high-performance machines. They were often modified with turbochargers and bigger engines. But the coolest part? Some of these cars looked like they could just be cruising down the highway, not tearing up a racetrack. It was like giving your everyday car a secret boost of speed, and showing off that you could still look stylish while tearing through the competition. Truly the era of sleeper cars, where appearances could be deceiving. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, you better hustle because the clock's about to run out. Time's almost up to make your choice and cheer for your champion. Don't miss out on the action. Alright, so we've got Yabara Wanda in that classic 1980 Volkswagen Golf GTI, which is known for being nimble and fun, but maybe a little lacking in outright power compared to newer Rai. On the other hand, Gina Jones is in a 1987 Mitsubishi Galant BR4, a beast with turbocharged power and all-wheel drive. Given the track is Riccardo Tormo, which combines tight corners and some faster sections, I'd give a slight edge to Gina's Galant VAR4 because of its turbocharged engine and all-wheel drive, especially in handling those tricky turns. But Yabara Wanda's Golf isn't a slouch, and if they can navigate well, it's not impossible for the tiny Golf to surprise us. So, my money is on Gina's Galant to take the win, but don't count out Yabara Wanda. It could come down to who handles the race better in those classic cars. Alright, everyone. The race has just kicked off at Riccardo Tormo with 1980 street cars. Amy is taking the lead on pole in a 1986 Nissan Skyline R31G TSR. Let's see if she can hold onto that spot, or if the others will catch up. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, Ryan Nicky in second, and Marty Freeze holding on to third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Reinecke and Marty Freeze are nose to tail for second place. Captain Trippy just sneaked into fourth. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to sixth. Looks like someone's on a mission. Shikamaru's climbing fast into the top 10. Cherofa Kitten and Gina Jones are making steady progress into the mid-pack. Pippi Langstrup and Wiffelife are neck and neck for 5th place. Shikamaru is climbing up to 8th. Wayne Cher94 and I are locked in a close fight for 9th. Pippi Langstrup and Wiffelife are nose to tail for 5th place. Shikamaru is climbing up to 7th, just one spot behind. Shikamaru is now in 5th place after climbing 2 spots. Scott Dixon and Move for Life are still neck and neck for 7th. Gina Jones has gained 2 positions and is now in 12th. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 7th place. Cherofa Kitten is making a move to 15th. Gina Jones is really closing in on Hot Bolognese, cutting the gap by over a second and a quarter. Joey Pastrami just moved up 1 spot to 15th place, making some progress. Maya and New for Life are neck and neck for 8th place. Gina Jones just climbed 1 spot to 11th. Mission Man is cutting down the distance to Hot Bolognese by 1.7 seconds. So things are heating up. Shikamaru and Captain Trippy are nose to nose for 4th place. Maya and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Gina Jones is chopping down Wayne 24's lead by over a second and a half. Shikamaru is climbing nicely into the top 4. Maya is making a solid move up to 7th place. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th spot. Maya is closing in on Pippi Langstrup and has cut the gap by 130 seconds. Gina Jones has climbed up one spot to 8th place. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are now battling it out for 8th position. Wayne 24 just snuck into the top 10, climbing one spot. Hot Bolognese is hot on Cherofakitten's tail, closing the gap but still a bit behind. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 2nd place. The race for first between Marty Freeze and Amy is heating up. Mission Man is making a move, now in 11th. Rainicki just overtook someone to claim 2nd place. Mission Man is climbing up to 10th place. Scott Dixon and Mission Man are nose to tail for that 10th spot. Looks like a battle is brewing. Amy's holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's probably enjoying the view from the front. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take 5th place. Captain Trippy and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 5th. Cherofakitten and Scott Dixon are battling fiercely for 11th. Captain Trippy is climbing to 5th place. Pippi Langstrom and Captain Trippy are nose to nose for 5th. Cherofakitten is sneaking up to 11th. Gina Jones and I are neck and neck for 7th place. Joey Pastrami is closing in on Hot Bolognese, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Shikomaru is now in 3rd place. Ingle McCringleberry is narrowing the gap to Yabara Wanda by 1.2 seconds. Shikomaru is now in 2nd place. Wayne 24 is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by a little over a 2nd. Wayne 84 just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Gina Jones and Wayne 24 are nose to tail in that tight battle for 8th. Hot Bolognese is driving a 1980 Volkswagen Golf GTI. They're currently in 15th place, and their lap times are quite a bit slower than the leaders, so it looks like a tough race for them. Wow, Amy, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Clearly you're the fastest thing on 2 wheels today? Wow. Amy really pulled off a fantastic win. Congratulations, Amy. You drove that race like a champ. Now, Gina Jones, great job on winning the bet race. You get to claim that shiny 1987 Mitsubishi Galant VR4. Looks like some lucky car is about to find a new home. Sure thing. Did you know that Ibiza West is often called the playground for drift enthusiasts? It's basically a giant playground where drivers can really let loose and show off their skills without worrying too much about the walls. It's like the funhouse of racing tracks. Well, we've got two Fords going head-to-head on Ibiza West, which is quite the matchup. The 2015 Ford Falcon FGX is a newer model, so you'd think it might have some advantages in terms of technology and handling. But the 2008 Ford Falcon FG, being a bit older, might have some tricks up its sleeve, or maybe just a more rugged charm. It's like choosing between a vintage wine and a fresh sparkler. Given that both cars are fundamentally similar, but the FGX has some updates, I'd lean slightly toward the driver in the newer FGX. But with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. I wouldn't be surprised if the older Falcon surprises us by sneaking ahead in the twists and turns. My bet? I'd go with Pippi Langstrumpf and the 2015 FGX, but I'm definitely keeping an eye on Nox Exodus just in case. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Ibiza West, and Nox Exodus is on pole, driving a classic 28 Ford Falcon F. Gee, let's see if that old school V8 power can hold the lead. Nox Exodus is leading the race right now. Pippi Langstrumpf is in second place and Scott Dixon is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight for the top spots already. Scott Dixon is climbing to second place. Rowdy Zerolf and Tug on It TTV are still nose-to-nose for fourth. Ingelbeck Kringleberry is inching up to sixth. Rowdy Zerolf just overtook someone and is now in fourth place. Maya and H2 Hovea nose to tail for 12th. Looks like a close one. Tug on It DTV is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang. Looks like they're holding a solid mid-pack position and not making any dramatic moves so far. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor close racing and overtakes, keeping positions very fluid. Wanga Tang 72N72 is driving a 2008 Ford Falcon FG. Looks like they're holding steady in ninth place, but no real threats or overtakes happening yet. Maya is currently in the 13th place driving a 2013 Holden Commodore. VF looks like she's holding her own but still has some ground to make up. Tube on It Day TV is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang. Looks like they're holding steady in 5th place, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the mix. The V8 supercars are evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners and short straights favor drivers with consistent lap times. No major surprises so far. Hikori Hamzam is driving a 2008 Ford Falcon FG. They're currently in 8th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to climb higher. Knox Exodus is leading in a 28 Ford Falcon FG with a fastest lap of 1:3:13. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and setting the pace. Well, look who decided to reappear. Welcome back to the chaos, Snivy. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed robot madness. Hope you're ready to see these cars race like they're chasing last night's pizza. Wanga Tang 7272 is driving a 2008 Ford Falcon FG with the fastest lap of 1 minute 51 seconds. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race so far. Knox Exodus is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless someone pulls off a miracle. Rowdy Zerov is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. They're currently in 5th place and seem to be holding a steady pace with the fastest lap of 1:641. Looks like they're not pushing too hard but staying in the mix. Pippi Langström is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 1 second and 27 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding a solid position, but might be feeling the pressure from Knox Exodus and Scott Dixon. Knox Exodus is holding a slight edge over Pippi Langström. Looks like Knox Exodus is in control, but Pippi is right behind, ready to pounce if there's a mistake. Hikori Hamzam is driving a 2008 Ford Falcon 8G. They're currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap of 1:1.763. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Amy is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. She's currently in 6th place, just behind the top 5. Looks like she's holding her ground but not quite making a move yet. Wow, Knox Exodus took the win. Looks like someone was just too fast for the rest. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Knox Exodus really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations on dominating the race. As for Scott Dixon, he's got the fastest lap, so he's eligible to claim that sleek 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Looks like someone's about to add a pretty cool car to their collection. A fun fact about the 1972 Lola T280 is that it was actually designed with the intention of competing in Formula 2 racing. But it also turned out to be a flexible chassis that could be easily adapted for other racing categories. Imagine a car that can switch gears between types of racing as easily as some of us switch TV channels. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Renault Alpine, a 442B from 1977, is a beautiful car with a lot of racing history behind it, especially in the Group 6 category. It's known for its balanced handling and reliable performance. On the other hand, the Lola T280 from 1972 is a vintage sports prototype with a sleek design and a reputation for agility on the track. Considering the era and the design, the Alpine might have a slight edge in terms of stability and endurance, especially on a track like Cleveland, which demands both power and finesse. But the Lola T280, with its lightweight frame, could surprise us with some quick maneuvering and acceleration. If I had to place a bet, I'd lean toward the Alpine, mainly because it's got a bit more racing pedigree and might handle the circuit a tad better. But don't count out the Lola. It's a wild card and could definitely shake things up with the right strategy. Who do you think will take the trophy? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Cleveland Grand Prix. Gina Jones is starting on pole in a classic 1971 Ferrari 312 FBB. Let's see if vintage speed can beat the modern machines today. Gina Jones is leading the race with a solid start. Blaming Buddha is right behind in second place, trying to catch up. Ka Bumper is in third, hanging tight, but already a bit behind the front runners. Evolution 954 is on the rise, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gliding Penguin is also climbing fast, moving up 3 spots to 17th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing 1 spot to 11th. Naibe advances to 13th place. Gliding Penguin and Sputnik NZ are locked in a close fight for 16. Lotusos climbs to 26. Lotusos and Equinox 2 are battling for 25. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Akinona has also gained 1 position and is now in 5th. Amy and Akinone are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Blaming Buddha just sneaked into 1st place. Gina Jones and Blaming Buddha are still nose to nose for the lead. Ragu is climbing up to 8th place. Looks like they're on a mission. Gina Jones just took the lead, moving up 1 spot to sit in 1st place. Lotusos is closing the gap on Equinox 2, shaving off 1.1 seconds. Lotusus and Equinox 2 are locked in a tight fight for 26th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Blaming Buddha, now just over a second behind. Akinona and K-Boomper are nose to nose for 4th place. I am climbing up the ranks, now in 8th. Maya and Move for Life are battling hard for 7th. Scott Dixon just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Blaming Buddha and Dixon are nose to tail. Looks like a tight duel. Amy is closing in on a Akinona, cutting the gap by over a second. Akinona and K-Boomper are nose to tail for 4th place. Fragu just gained a spot to 10th. Fragu and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 9th. Akinona is driving a Renault Alpine, a 442B, from 1977. They're currently in 6th place and have the fastest lap of 1 minute, 14 seconds, and 239 milliseconds. Looks like they're pushing hard. Lotusos just overtook Darigos for 24th place. They're really neck and neck in this little scrap. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Blaming Buddha and Gina Jones are fighting for 2nd. K-Boomper is closing in on Blaming Buddha, cutting the gap by 3.3 seconds. K-Boomper and Blaming Buddha are also battling for 3rd. Blaming Buddha is climbing up to 2nd place. Gina Jones and Blaming Buddha are nose to nose for that 2nd spot. Akinona is also making moves now in 4th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Akinona is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom has also gained 1 position, now in 8th place. Looks like Pippi and Maya are about to turn this into a tight duel for 7th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 10th. Lazy Towner has moved into 20th. The race is heating up. The track seems to favor the Group 6 cars with the Renault Alpine a 442B leading. But the Porsche 936 driven by me is holding steady in the top 10. So it's a mix of speed and strategy. Scott Dixon is leading in a 1977 Renault Alpine, a 442B, which is known for its aerodynamic design and turbocharged engine. Looks like he's setting the pace with the fastest lap of the race so far. Wow! Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Looks like he's back to remind everyone he's still got it. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Scott Dixon really took the checkered flag today. Congratulations on the win, Scott. And with the fastest lap thrown in, it's like you're on a victory lap twice over. You definitely earned that 1977 Renault Alpine a 442B. And a huge shout out to Pippi Langström for doing the most overtakes today. That's quite the accomplishment, and you've earned yourself the 1977 Porsche 936. Looks like both of you are in for some classic cars now. Great racing, everyone! Alright, here's a fun fact about the Circuit of the Americas. Did you know it's actually designed to look like the outline of Texas on a map? So when you're watching the race, you're basically seeing a giant Texas-shaped track. Talk about a race with some regional pride. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking, so make your choice quickly or your favorite car might just miss out on the action. Get those picks in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the throwback showdown, isn't it? I mean, on one side, we have Aerotech in a classic American muscle car. The Chevrolet Camaro IROC Z from 1990. It's got that raw power and the kind of attitude that says, I will crush you on the straightaways. On the other side, HP Lootcraft is in a 1981 Lamborghini Jalpa, which I guess brings a bit of exotic flair and mid-engine agility to the table. Honestly, I'd say the Camaro might have the edge on the straights because of its big block V8. But the Jalpa could give it a run for its money around the corners if it handles well. Still, in a race like this with Circuit of the Americas, which combines tight turns and long straights, I think the Chevrolet's raw muscle might just win out. So, my money's on Aerotech and that muscle car. But hey, in the world of AI racing and vintage cars, anything can happen. Let's see who crosses the finish line first. Alright folks, the race is underway at Circuit of the Americas. In Retroslow cars, Autoliatorius is starting on pole with a classic 1983 Volvo 242 Turbo. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead, or if the modern cars will quickly chase it down. Deserts has taken the lead right out of the gate. Autoliatorius is holding strong in second place. HP Loopcraft is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming behind them. Scott Dixon and Caffeinated Car are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya has just gained one spot and is now in 11th. Ingla, Me, Kringleberry and Maya are locked in a close fight for 11th. Hingle Kringleberry and I are locked in a tight fight for 11th place. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 15th. Matthewsaurus Rex is making a move to 21st. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Amy moved up 2 spots and is now in 11th. Gina Jones also moved up 1 spot to sit in 16th. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is also moving up to 8th. Scott Dixon and Pippi are nose to nose for 8th place, so expect some fireworks there. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 7th place. Maya is advancing to 9th. Maya and Bobardo are nose to nose for 8th. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 5th place. Lazy Towner and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for that spot. Maya is sneaking into 8th place, inching closer to the top. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 6th place. Amy is gaining ground and now in 7th. Scott Dixon and Bobardo are nose to nose for 10th. Violetta Mama is driving a Renault 5 Turbo from 1984, known for its lightweight and turbocharged power. She's currently in the middle of the pack in the 16th place, so her race looks like a steady but not spectacular run so far. Aerotech is closing in on HP Lootcraft, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 1 spot to 11th place. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 11th place. Lootcraft is gaining on Otto Liartorius, closing the gap to less than a second now. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Amy are nose to nose for 6th. Looks like a battle for the middle of the pack. Maya is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf with a 1.3 second gap. Strutting Jal has moved up 1 place to take the 17th position. Basket and Fee has also gained 1 spot, now sitting in 20th. Amy advances 1 spot to 5th place. Maya and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is chipping away at Maya's lead, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. HP Lootcraft is climbing up to 2nd place. Oteliatorias and Lootcraft are still neck and neck for that spot. Amy is chipping away at Aerotech, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. HP Lootcraft is gaining on Defizzards, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Aerotech has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Oteliatorias and Aerotech are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Oteliatorius and Amy are still neck and neck for 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th. Hippie Langstrom and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Violetta Mama is climbing to 13th. Bass Kitten Fee is making a move to 19th. Wow! Dithirts just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was in the zone today. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Dithirts took the win. Congratulations on that fantastic race. You really earned it. And hey Amy, you did an incredible job with the most overtakes today. That means you get to claim the 1998 BMW M5 E39. Classic choice. And I have a feeling you're going to have a lot of fun with that one. Well done everyone. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up. So make sure you choose wisely, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Here's a fun fact for you. The track-only hypercars are designed specifically for racing on closed circuits, which means they don't need to worry about things like fuel economy or comfort. Instead, they're all about pure speed and aerodynamics. These cars often boast some of the most advanced tech and materials, making them almost like moving science experiments. So in an essence, we're watching some of the most extreme and high-tech machines race each other in a test of raw power and precision. Wow, what a matchup we have here. On one side, we've got the Goldnerd in a 2012 Rough CTR, the car known for its incredible grip and precision. On the other, Hingle McCringleberry is taking the 2009 Pagani Zonda R, a beast with a lot of flair and raw power. Considering the cars, the Zonda R is a lightweight, aerodynamically advanced machine designed for high speed and agility. The Roof CTR3, while very capable and precise, is a bit more balanced and perhaps not as aggressive in pure speed as the Zonda. So if the race turns into a straight-up power sprint, the Zonda R might take the lead early. But if it's about cornering and control, the CTR3 could be right there with it. My money's on the Pagani Zonda R to edge out a win, but don't count out the Rough, especially if the drivers know how to maximize each car's strengths. It's going to be a close one for sure. Alright folks, the race is rolling at Central International Circuit, and leading the pack is the number 1 car, a classic 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit, just barely edging out the others. It's quite the throwback to see that vintage hypercar up front. But don't get too comfortable, because these AI racers can be unpredictable. G9 is leading right out of the gate, followed closely by Ihave Xema in 2nd place. Autumn Thunderbird is holding on to 3rd, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Cthulhukachu just sneaked into 4th place. Cthulhukachu and Autumn Thunderbird are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Maya and Adenflash are locked in a close fight for 6th. Hot Bolognese is climbing to 4th place. Bobardo is now in 7th. Popcorn Slayer has moved into 9th. Kulukachu and Hot Bolognese are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th place. Gina Jones and Matrixco are locked in a close scrap for 10th. Amy is climbing up to 12th, inching closer to the points. Kulukachu just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Hot Bolognese and Kulukachu are nose-to-nose for that 4th spot. Bobardo and Adenflash are locked in a close fight for 6th. Matrixco is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Bobardo is also making moves up 2 spots to 5th. And Maya is catching up 2 spots to 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Gina Jones is climbing up to 9th place. Popcorn Slayer is now in 10th. New for Life has also gained a spot and is in 12th. New for Life and Hot Bolognese are nose to tail for 11th place. Exception just nudged up 1 spot to 14th. Scott Dixon and Exception are locking horns for the 14th position. Amy is now 12th. New for Life, better watch out as Exception is closing in fast, just a second and a half behind. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 15th. Kulukachu and Autumn Thunderbird are neck and neck for 3rd place. Popcorn Slayer and Gina Jones are trading paint for 9th. New for Life and Amy are locked in a close fight for 12th. Bobardo is really pushing on Kulukachu, closing that gap by over a second. Matrixco and I are still locked in a fierce duel for 6th place. New for Life just snuck into 12th, climbing up 1 spot. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 13th place. Exception is also moving up to 14th place. Teddy 61 and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 17th place. Dragoo is climbing up to 18th place. Tita 61 and Fragout are locked in a close fight for that spot. Big Goldenut is also making moves, now in 20th place. Kulukachu is climbing up to 3rd place. Big Goldenut is making a move to 19th. New for Life is climbing to 11th place. Pippi Langstrom is also advancing to 12th. Hot Bolognese and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 12th. Bobardo and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail for 4th place. Exception is inching up 1 spot to 13. Hot Bolognese and Exception are locked in a fierce scrap for the 13th spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Hot Bologna still neck and neck for the 15th spot. Fragout is really closing the distance, now just 2:30 seconds behind. The 99 is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Adam Flash and Matrixco are locked in a fierce duel for 7th place. Exception is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, chipping away at the gap by over a second. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to take the 15th spot. Wilbardo just overtook Autumn Thunderbird and is now in 4th place. They are locked in a close fight for that position. Autumn Thunderbird just edged past Maya for 5th place. Gina Jones and Adam Flash are still neck and neck for 8th. Popcorn Slayer and Gina Jones are trading positions for 9th. Wow! VD39 just took the top spot. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to VD39 for winning the race. That was some serious driving. You definitely earned that victory. And big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a 2009 Pagani Zonda R. Just watch out for those high-speed corners. It's a beast on the track. Meanwhile, new for life. You absolutely crushed it with the most overtakes today. That's a lot of aggressive moves. You've earned yourself a 2015 Ferrari FXK Hope. You'll enjoy tearing up the virtual track with that one? Alright folks, time's almost up. Make your picks before the race starts or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we're looking at Chubby Boy RJ in the Haas VF16. And Scott Dixon in the Manor RT05. The VF16, even though it's a few years old, has a reputation for being a little more spirited and competitive around this track. Scott Dixon's car is a bit more of a dark horse here, but let's be honest, the Manor MRT05 isn't exactly known for its speed or agility. Given the specs and the track layout of the Korean Grand Prix, I'd say Chubby Boy RJ has a slight edge. The Haas probably handles the circuit a little better and has a decent shot at pulling ahead. Scott Dixon's car might struggle to keep up in tight corners and high-speed sections. So, my bet is on Chubby Boy RJ to take this one. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen. Let's see if Dixon can surprise us. Alright folks, Maya is leading the pack in her shiny 2016 Mercedes F1W07 Hybrid, starting right at the front. Let's see if she can hold that pole position, or if the others are already plotting a comeback. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second and Bunnysoft Doom in third. Looks like a tight start already. Naibe is now in fourth place and closing the gap. Gina Jones is right behind, both of them locked in a tight battle for fourth. Necrophantasm and School Busrust Evi are neck and neck for sixth place. Kingrut and Necrophantasm are also fighting for seventh. Alo Coast and Connor Malady are locked in a close duel for ninth. Connor Malady is climbing up to 8th place. Kingrut and Connor Malady are nose to nose for that spot. Ingimile Kringleberry is making a move to 11. Arlo Coast is climbing up to 9th place. Scott Dixon is now in 14th. Gippy Langstrom is in 16th. The race is heating up. Scott Dixon is dropping back to 21st place. GM and Prime is climbing to 14th. Gippy Langstrom is moving up to 15th. Kingrut is driving a Williams FW38. They're currently in the 11th place, so it looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Naiba and Gina are nose to nose for that spot. Arlo Coast is sneaking into 8th place. Arlo Coast advances to 7th place. Lirache climbs to 11th. Hingle McCringleberry and Lyra Shy are nose to nose for 11th. Lirache is climbing up to 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Kingrut are still locked in a close fight for 11. GM and Prime has advanced to 13. Lirache and Connor Malady are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Wayne Trinity 4 just gained one spot and is now in 17th. Lirache advances to 9th place. Kingrut and Connor Malady are nose to nose for 10th. GM Prime and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 12th. Gina Jones is driving a Manor RT05, starting from the 6th position. She's currently in 4th place, so she's gained a couple of spots. Looks like she's making a decent push forward. AP Langstrom is driving a Mercedes F1W07 Hybrid. Their race looks pretty rough so far, sitting in 20th place with no recorded lap time. Pammy Engstrom just overtook Hingle May Kringleberry for 12th place. Looks like they're going wheel to wheel. Wayne Train NT4 and New for Life are also neck and neck for 16. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Arlo Coast is climbing to 6th place. Pippi Langstrom is now in 11th. GM Prime has moved into 13th. Arlo Coast is climbing up to 5th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is making a move to 15th. Move for Life and Chubby Boy RJ are nose-to-nose for 16th. Wayne Trinity 4 just climbed one spot to 14th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose-to-nose for that same position. Move for Life moved up one spot to 16th place. Move for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are battling hard for 15th place. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. You must be feeling like the queen of the track now? Wow, what an incredible race. Congratulations to me for taking the win. I guess all those secret AI driving tips paid off. And a huge shout out to me for securing the fastest lap. I'm officially claiming the 2016 Mercedes F1W07 Hybrid. That car is as sleek as my racing skills, obviously. Pippi Langstrom, you crushed it with the most overtakes. You're claiming the same awesome car. Looks like both of us are about to upgrade our virtual garages. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Stay tuned for more AI racing madness. Hey folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost finished, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun, get those selections in. Oh, this is a classic showdown. The 1968 Pontiac Firebird is known for its muscle and raw power, perfect for tearing up the track. On the other hand, the 1978 AMC Javelin might be a bit of an underdog with its unique styling and handling. But since we're talking about AI drivers, it's really a battle of the algorithms more than the cars themselves. Still, if I had to pick, I'd say the Firebird has the edge in straight-line speed and overall dominance. Though, hey, surprises happen when AI gets involved. Alright everyone. Amy is kicking things off right at the front in her classic 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. This race just got interesting. The race kicks off with Amy taking an early lead, followed closely by Pippi Langstrumpf in second place, and Rondon 69 in third. Looks like a tight start already. Hingle May Kringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. The UArt has moved up to 8th place. New for Life and BioArt are nose to nose for 8th. New for Life just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Ixajax and Morningstarsel are nose to nose for 11th. Morningstarsel is trying to hold on to that position, but Ixajax is looking for a way around. Scott Dixon and Rondon 69 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th. Ixajax is making a move, now in 11th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd place. Morningstarsel and Ixajax are locked in a close fight for 11th. Chris Gophers is advancing to 13th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 4th place, making a nice little climb. Gina Jones is closing in on Rondon 69, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds, so expect some action soon. Chris Gopher has moved up to 12th place, creeping closer to the front. Oscar Wolf is climbing up to 13th place. VD39 is moving into 15th. Looks like they're both on a roll. Gina Jones is driving a BMW M1 Pro car from 1979. She's currently in 7th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Oscar Wolf is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint. They're currently in the 13th place, trying to catch up but still a bit behind the leaders. Maya is holding 8th place, not bad but still a bit behind New for Life in 7th. Looks like New for Life might have the edge for now, but with 2 laps left anything can happen. The tight corners and short straightaways seem to favor the older, more agile cars like the Firebird and Mustang, while the bigger cars struggle to keep up. V39 is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, which is known for its sporty design and decent performance. Their race looks like it's not going well, as they're currently not showing a valid lap time and are far behind the leaders. Scott Dixon is making a strong move with the fastest lap, but he's still chasing the leader. Plenty of race left to see if he can close the gap. Scott Dixon is gaining ground on Pippi Langstrumpf, closing the gap by over a second. Rondon 69 and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Amy is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's in control, but better keep an eye on P2 and P3 closing in. Amy is leading the race in her Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's in control and pushing hard. Maya just overtook Gina Jones and is now in 6th place. Looks like the race is heating up with these two close behind each other. Scott Dixon is closing in on Pippi Langstrup, cutting the gap by a second and a bit. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place, leaving her previous spot behind. The track seems tight and technical, favoring the experienced drivers like Amy and Pippi who are leading. The slower lap times for the Group 2 cars suggest the track is challenging for the less powerful cars. Gina Jones is really pushing to catch Rondon 69. New for Life and I are neck and neck for 7th place. Morning Starsa is closing the gap on BD 39 again, inching closer by another second. New for Life just overtook someone to climb into 7th place. Maya and New for Life are neck and neck for 7. Chris Gopher is closing in on Alexei Chayexnelit, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Scott Dixon is closing in on Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap by 130 seconds. New for Life is climbing up one spot to take 6th place. Wow, Amy, you must be thrilled. Winning the race at Denver Pepsi Center is no small feat. Congratulations on your victory. Wow. Congratulations to Amy for taking the race win. That was an impressive drive. And look at that. Amy also snagged the fastest lap. I guess she really wanted that classic Nissan Skyline, huh? New for Life. Way to dominate the bet race and claim that sleek AMC Javelin. And Hingle McCringleberry for all those daring overtakes. A 1966 Shelby Cobra is yours to enjoy. This race had everything, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your picks before the cars start racing without you. Don't be that person watching the race from the sidelines wishing you had chosen better. Alright. This is a classic battle of vintage versus vintage. Hippie Langstrumpf with the Puma GTB, that's a sleek choice from the early 70s, known for its sporty curves and decent performance. On the other hand, Hingle McCringleberry's Triumph Dolomite Sprint, famous for its turbocharged engine and sharp handling. Honestly, it's a tough call. The Puma might have a slight edge in raw speed thanks to its lighter build, but the Dolomite's turbo engine could give it that extra burst on the straightaways. Considering these cars and their era, I'd say Hingle might have the advantage, but don't count out Pippi's charm and agility. It's a close call. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Ruapuna Park and Amy is starting at the very front, driving a classic 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark 1. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold everyone off. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place, and Pippi Langstrumpf holding on to third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Edo 20 Plays is charging through the field, now in 9th place after overtaking 4 cars. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing steadily, now in 2nd place. Nuvu Life is also moving up, now in 4th. No for Life and Scott Dixon are locked in a close duel for 3rd place. Frankenbalz is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 10. No for Life just nudged into 3rd place, inching closer to the front. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Frankenbalz is now in 9th. Atelier Torias has moved into 14th. Atelier Torias is driving a 1979 Lada 2105, which is more of a classic Russian sedan than a race car. Looks like they're hanging back in the last place of the group, probably just enjoying the ride or saving their energy for later. New for Life just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Pippi Langstrumpf and New for Life still neck and neck for that spot. Willow Shrub climbing up to 12th. Frankenbalz just sneaks into 8th place. Atelier Torias and Memoyuda are nose to nose for 13th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Atelier Torias has also gained 1 position and is now in 13th. Horty Afro just overtook Mermidar and is now in 14th place. They're nose to nose, so this battle isn't over yet. Amy is leading the race in a 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark 1. Looks like she's got a comfortable gap and is setting the pace for now. Amy is leading the race in her group 2 Lotus Cortina Mark 1. She's holding a comfortable lead with no signs of trouble so far. Looks like she's enjoying a smooth run. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1971 Puma GTB. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Looks like a solid race so far. Gina Jones is driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark I Nuteo. She's currently in 5th place, holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like she's keeping it smooth but not making any big moves yet. That's Altizerna is really pushing to catch Frankenballs now. The gap is shrinking fast. Move for Life and Amy are nose to nose for the lead. Move for Life is holding onto the lead, but Amy is right on their tail. EU20 plays just climbed to 9th place, inching closer to the top. EU20 plays is climbing to 8th place. That's Alti Serena is now 9th. Stabby Gagkillens is knocking on the door of 10th. Forty Afro is climbing up to 13th place. Mimudara is right behind at 14. Looks like some early moves. Frankenbalds is on a roll, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Amy is right behind, giving chase. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. The Group 2 cars are clearly faster, with the Lotus Cortina leading and holding a significant lap time advantage. The track seems to favor lighter, more agile cars, giving the Group 2 class an edge over the older Group 1 vehicles. Maya is holding steady in 4th place. Amy just took the lead, leaving the rest in her dust. Move for Life is now in 2nd, trying to catch up. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 3rd, but still a bit behind. Hingle McRingleberry is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Frankenbalds is also making moves, inching closer to Mararmuidar with a 1.2 second reduction. The Group 2 cars are dominating with faster lap times, especially the Lotus Cortina and Alfa Romeo GTA. The track seems to favor these classic nimble cars over the Group 1 entries, which are lagging behind in both speed and positioning. Gina Jones just sneaked into 3rd place. I see. Maya is inching closer to Pippi Langstrumpf, now just a second and a bit behind. Frankenbalds is closing the gap on Mararmuidar fast, only 3.5 seconds separating them. EU20 plays is driving a 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI Super. They're currently in 8th place but are quite a bit behind the leaders with the slowest lap of over 2 minutes. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Wow, Amy, you must be thrilled to win. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Amy, you crushed it. Congratulations on taking the top spot. That was some impressive driving. You really showed those cars who's boss today. Gina Jones, you snagged the fastest lap. That's no small feat, especially in this chaotic race. Claim your 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark I and show it off on the streets. Pippi Langstrump, you won the bet race, so you get the 1971 Puma GTB. Looks like your gamble paid off, and now you've got a sweet car to prove it. And new for life with the most overtakes, you've earned a 1970 Alfa Romeo GT, a 2000. Overtaking like a pro, I see. Well done to everyone who earned their cars today. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Ailes is known for its winding turns and tight corners. Speed is great, but if your car can't handle those sharp curves smoothly, you'll lose precious seconds. Acceleration is important too, so you can quickly recover from tricky sections. Overall, a car with excellent grip and responsive steering would be ideal for conquering Ailes. Wow, what a classic showdown. The Eagle Mark V and the Lotus 70 both from 1968. So we're talking about cars that are pretty much vintage legends. Now, if we're comparing their historical prowess and design, the Eagle was known for its aerodynamic shape and speed, while the Lotus 70 was all about that lightweight agility and handling finesse. In a race against each other, I'd probably lean towards the Eagle for raw speed and stability, especially on a track like Ailes that might favor a more aerodynamic setup. But don't count out the Lotus. Its agility could make it a sneaky contender, especially if the AI driving skills factor into precision handling. So, I'm betting the Eagle might just edge out the Lotus for the win. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Lotus pulls a surprise and outmaneuvers in the tight corners. It's a classic battle of brute force versus finesse. Alright everyone, the race is just kicking off at Ailes track, and Amy is starting on pole in a classic 1968 Eagle Mark V. Definitely not your average eye. Buckle up, it's going to be an interesting one. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, Mission Man right behind in second, and Hingle McCringleberry rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start already. Scott Dixon has moved up one spot and is now in fourth place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are battling closely for that position. Pippi Langstrump and I are also in a tight fight for sixth. Gina Jones is climbing up to third place. Gina Jones and Mission Man are nose to nose for second. I am inching up to fifth place, just one spot behind the action. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to third place. Nitsa Romaval is making a move to 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to second place. Cloudy has gained one spot and is now 7th. Cloudy and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 6th place. Gina Jones is now in 3rd place. Scott Dixon has climbed 2 spots to 4th. Nitsa Romaval is up 1 spot to 8th. New for life, just overtook Dre 192 and now sits in the 11th place. They are nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Next, Romaval is driving a Lola T190 from 1968. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Aisley just nudged into the top 10 now in 9th place. Next, Romaval is right behind him, both fighting for 8th place. New for Life is climbing up to 11th, inching closer to the top 10. He's locked in a close fight with Pippi Langstrumpf for 10th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina are nose to nose for that spot. Next, Romaval and Claudia locked in a close fight for 7th. Next, Romaval is climbing to 7th place. Dre 192 2X is advancing to 11th. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1966 McLaren M10A. Their race looks tough, with the slowest lap so far and a position in the back half of the field. Scott Dixon is in a 1968 Crossell 15F, a classic that's holding steady in 4th place. Looks like he's maintaining a solid pace with the fastest lap, just under 124. Race seems to be pretty tight behind him. Wow, Amy really took the lead and crossed the finish line first. Looks like all that practice paid off. Wow, Amy, you really pulled it off and took the win. Nice job dominating the race. Gina, congratulations on the fastest lap too. That's no small feat. You guys both get to claim some pretty legendary cars now. Amy, enjoy that classic Eagle Mark V. And Gina, get ready to take that sleek Mickey Mark 12 for a spin. This is getting even more exciting. Alright everyone, time is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now is the moment to do it before the race begins. Don't make me choose for you, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Oh wow, this is quite the classic showdown. The 1987 Chevrolet Corvette IMSA GTO is a beast, known for its raw power and sleek design. On the other hand, the 1990 Mercury Cougar XR7 MSA may not have the same muscle, but could surprise us with its handling and agility on Chicago street circuit. If the race leans heavily on straight-line speed and raw horsepower, I'd say Imus Gordon's Corvette might have the edge. But if the course favors sharp turns and precise maneuvering, Maya's Mercury Cougar could be the dark horse. Honestly, I'd probably put my chips on the Corvette for its reputation in racing history. But don't count out the Cougar just yet. It's all about who can harness that experience and make the most of the circuit. Let's see how these classics perform. Alright folks, the race is off at Chicago Street Circuit, and leading the pack is Pippi Langstrup in a 1994 Ford Mustang Cobra CCA. Looks like she's got an early lead. So let's see if she can hold on to it, or if the AI decides to turn up the heat. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race, followed closely by Cobra in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to keep up. Hingle McCringleberry is now in third place. Amy and Hingle are still nose-to-nose for that third spot. Gina Jones has climbed to seventh place. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Amy just overtook someone to take third place. Scott Dixon and Wayne Gretzky are both climbing up, now in 10th and 14th respectively. New Real Life and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 7th place. Cloudy is climbing to 16th. Uncanny Buddy is also moving up to 17th. Wayne Gretzky is driving a Mercedes 190E Evo 2 from 1990. He's currently in 16th place, trying to make up some ground but not quite there yet. Gina Jones is on a tear, overtaking 3 cars and climbing to 4th place. Cover is having a rough time, dropping 9 spots to 11. Amy is inching closer, moving up 1 position to 2nd. Ya Boy Rwanda is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ice is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by 6.5 seconds. Nyale Totep 98 is also making moves, passing 4 cars to reach 17th place. Naive is driving a 1998 Porsche 911 GT2, a classic rear-engine sports car. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Looks like a solid race so far. Amy is in 2nd place, driving a 1995 Chevrolet Camaro Inside.I. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching. Pippi Langstrup at the front. The Camaro is doing its job, but no overtakes yet. Nyalito Tip 988 is climbing fast into the top 15. Lord Buttrill is inching closer to 17. Uncanny Buddy and Lord Buttrill are locked in a close fight for the 18th spot. Cobber is gaining fast on the Empress, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Gina Jones is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, shaving off a 1.5 seconds. Uncanny Buddy and Lord Buttrill are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Hindle McCringleberry is gaining ground on Amy, closing the gap by over a second. Wayne Bretsky and Jarlathot Pepnini 8 are locked in a fierce fight for 15th place. Amy is currently in second place, driving a 1995 Chevrolet Camaro IMSA. Looks like she's holding steady just behind the leader, with no major moves yet. Imus Gordon is driving a 1987 Chevrolet Corvette IMSA GTO and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not gaining much ground. Cloudy's driving a 1990 Mercedes 190 EU Evo 2. Looks like they're stuck in the back with no laps recorded, probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Imus Gordon is gaining fast on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Culver is inching closer to the Empress, but still has some work to do. Naiba is really stalking Maya. Now, the 8th Empress just climbed a spot to 19. The 8th Empress and Lord Buttrell are nose to nose for 18. Uncanny Buddy just nudged into the top 20. The 8th Empress is right behind, so expect some fireworks soon. Uncanny Buddy is on a roll, climbing 6 places to 13. The 8th Empress is also making moves, overtaking 5 cars to reach 15. Ice is climbing up to 13th place. Cloudy is advancing to 14th place. Jarlathot Pepninti 8 is pushing up to 15th place. Looks like Pippi Langstrom is cruising at the front with the fastest lap, probably not sweating much. Yaboy Rwanda is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM and is currently in 15th place. Their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Wow! Pippi Langstrumpf really pulled off a victory. Congratulations! You've got style and speed. Well done! And a big shout out to Pippi for snagging the fastest lap. That means you can claim the 1994 Ford Mustang Cobra SCC. Not a bad choice if I say so myself. Gina Jones. You also did a fantastic job with the most overtakes. That's some serious agility. You get to claim the 1984 Ferrari 288 XGTO. That's a sleek ride. Perfect for showing off those skills. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see what happens next. Hey everyone! You better hurry up if you want to pick your favorite car before time runs out. This is your last chance to make your mark in the race. Don't miss out on the excitement. Alright. This is quite the vintage showdown. Direct official with the Hesketh 308D. A car that's got some history but might be a bit of a handful on this track. And then we've got Ren Kauri with the Ligier JS5, which is also a classic but maybe a tad more agile. It's a tough call. But if I had to guess, I'd say the Ligier might have the edge in handling and overall speed given the track layout. Still, don't count out the Hesketh. Sometimes a little old-school charm can surprise you. Let's see how they perform. Alright folks. The race kicks off at the Brasilia Oval with Sepp Brandigan on pole in a 1976 Tyrrell 07. Looks like he's got the inside line, but anything can happen on this wild track. Stay tuned. Sepp Brandigan has shot off the line into the lead. Zofik is holding strong in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Gubal still is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jackson Dubux is also making moves, up 3 spots to 17th. Direct official has gained 1 position to 3rd. Direct official and Zufik are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Maya is on the move, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Ren Kaori is also making a charge, grabbing 3rd after passing 3 more. Lemon Cult Games is gaining ground, moving up to 7th by overtaking 3 cars. Ren Kaori just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Maya and Ren Kaori are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Dairoak official is climbing up to 4th. Adan up 44 and Zufik are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Globos is sneaking into 7th, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langström and Lemon Cult Games are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Globos Excel climbs to 6th place. Sufic and Global's Aerosol are nose-to-nose for 5th. Pippi Langström moves up to 8th. Globos Excel is climbing to 5th place. Amy is now 9th. Riswajingyo has moved up to 11th. Globos Excel and Dirok Official are nose to tail for 4th place. Adenut 44 is climbing up to 6th, overtaking 1 car. Sufik and Adenut 44 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Adenut 44 is climbing fast into 4th place. Sufik is making a move into 6th. Amy is sneaking into 8th. Things are heating up. Globozki just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Sufik and Global's Ill are nose-to-nose for 6th. Lemon Cult Games and Pippi Langström are locked in a close fight for 9th. Globos Ixa is climbing to 5th place. Pippi Langström is advancing to 7th place. Sufik and Pippi Langström are locked in a close fight for 7th. Pippi Langström is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now in 8th. Lemon Cult Games has also gained a spot, sitting in 9th. The race is heating up. Maya is closing in on the pack as she moves into 7th place. Amy and Dirok Official are still neck and neck for 7th. Rizwachingyo and Jacksondabox are battling for 12th. Aerotech and Gina Jones are fighting for 14th. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Zademoji Jamis and Sufik are nose-to-nose for 10th. Riswachingyo and Jacksondabox are locked in a close fight for 12th. Riswachingyo is really having a rough time dropping back to 21st. Ren Kaori is gaining on Zabrandigan, closing in by over a 2nd and a 3rd. Zademoji Jamis is climbing nicely, moving up 2 spots to 9th. Adenut 44 is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Jacksondabox is gaining on Zufik, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Bleach Mepsi has moved up 1 spot to sit in 18th place. Ren Kaori and Zabrandigan are nose to tail at the front. Zademoji James just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Zademoji James and Amy are locked in a close fight for 7th. Ren Kaori takes the lead at the front. Maya is closing in behind her, now in 2nd place. Adenut 44 is right there in 3rd, making a move. Wow! Ren Kaori took the victory again. Looks like they're unstoppable at Brasilia Oval. Guess the competition better step up their game. Wow, look at that! Ren Kaori took the win like a true champion. Congrats to them for driving their virtual heart out and claiming first place. The competition must have been fierce, but clearly, they outpaced everyone else. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 1968 Porsche 912 R. It's got that legendary Porsche reliability, and a bit more power, which should give it an edge on a circuit, like the Circuit du Var. Plus, it's lightweight and nimble, perfect traits for a tight, twisty track. The vintage charm is just a bonus in this race. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure you pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't let that sweet ride slip through your fingers. Oh wow, we've got a classic showdown here. The Lotus Cortina Mark I from 1966, known for its nimbleness and racing pedigree, versus the Triumph Dolomite Sprint from 1973, which boasts some serious speed and a reputation for being a little beast. Given the car's specs, I might lean towards the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. It's a bit newer, with more power under the hood, and that could give it an edge on Circuit du Var. But don't count out Amy and her vintage charm, because sometimes it's not just about raw power, but how well the driver can finesse the machine. So, my bet is on the Triumph Dolomite Sprint, but I wouldn't be surprised if Amy pulls a surprise and shows us that old-school charm can still win the race. Let's see how it plays out. Alright, everyone. Amy is sitting pretty on pole in her classic 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark I Ductile. Vintage vibes at the front. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with Amy taking an early lead, followed closely by Stephen Brinkley in second and Walk CB in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Stephen Brinkley just took the lead, moving into first place. Maya and Gina Jones are still neck and neck for 8th. Hingle McCringleberry has gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. I am inching up to 8th place, making my move. Rowdy Zerolf is driving a 1968 Isuzu Bellet GTR. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The Group 2 cars are pretty evenly matched. but the track's tight corners might be favoring the more agile models like the Lotus Cortina and the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Scott Dixon is driving a 1970 Alfa Romeo GT, a 2000. He's currently in third place and seems to be holding steady, not making any big moves but staying competitive. Wauk CB is leading in a Triumph Dolomite Sprint from 1973. Looks like they're holding strong at the front, but the race is tight behind. Amy is leading the race in a 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark I. Looks like she's holding her ground at the front, no overtakes yet. Gina Jones is driving a 1966 MGM DD. GC's currently in 11th place and seems to be struggling a bit, with no recorded lap time indicating she's not making much progress. Stephen Brinkley is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Maya is closing in on Live You for Life and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Rowdy Zarov and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 10th place, no room for error. Amy is holding on to third but is quite a bit slower than the leaders. Wauk is just behind her, so it's a tight battle for the podium. Looks like Amy might need to pick up the pace if she wants to stay ahead. Nova Life and Pippi Langström are nose to nose for 6th place. Rowdy Zarov just gained one spot to sit in 10th. Gina Jones and Rowdy Zarov are also fighting for 10th. Wauk CB is driving a Triumph Dolomite Sprint from 1973. They're currently in 4th place and have the second fastest lap time in the race. Looks like they're pushing hard. Your Triumph Dolomite Sprint is holding steady in 8th place. It's a classic from 1973, and you've been consistently improving your lap times. Looks like a solid race so far. Stephen Brinkley's Alfa Romeo GTA from 1965 is leading comfortably with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like he's got the pace and the position locked in so far. Stephen Brinkley's Alfa Romeo GTA from 1965 is leading comfortably with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're pushing hard and holding a solid advantage. Scott Dixon is currently in 2nd place, driving a 1970 Alfa Romeo GT, a 2000. He's just behind the leader and has the second fastest lap time so far. Looks like he's pushing hard but not quite enough to overtake the top spot yet. Congratulations, Stephen Brinkley. Looks like you took the checkered flag at Circuit du Var. Guess all of those laps paid off. Wow. Big congratulations to Stephen Brinkley for taking the win. Well done on crossing that finish line first. You definitely earned it. And a huge shout out to Scott Dixon for snagging the fastest lap. You now get to claim that beautiful 1970 Alfa Romeo GT, a 2000. Not a bad ride to brag about. Also, congrats to Amy for winning the bet race. You've earned yourself the classic 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark I. That's quite a prize for outsmarting everyone else. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see what happens next. Alright everyone, it looks like we need a quick pit stop for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in just a few minutes.